Joanne, who is my friend and comrade for many decades. I can pick on her without her thinking that there's a reason for that. Supposing she's here because she's the head of NBI and she gives us a business presence here in a very sort of, I think, in a recognizable way. And the business people know that when they look at this, they see her here, they see Joanne, they see there's some kind of business representative. She may tomorrow decide that she wants to, I don't know, do something else, join an NGO. She's got an NGO background, in case you don't know, very strong NGO background. She goes back to the land committee, which she used to be part of. What was it called? National Land Committee. And becomes a land activist, which this country needs very, very sorely, I must say. Then we probably will have a gap on the thing, because the business people will feel they're not properly represented. So in a case like that, I would expect of Joanne, notwithstanding, we can make as many rules as we want to about the capacities in which we are here. But at the end of the day, when you're a consensus building body, you've got to work with a particular style. And the right thing, the decent thing for Joanne to do would be to offer her resignation, actually to resign. We may say to Joanne, don't resign, stay, please. We don't want you to go, or whatever else it is. But the proper thing for her to say would be, I'm moving on, submitting my resignation. I know I wouldn't have been appointed to this post if I wasn't the CEO of NBI in the first place. And so she would, and that's the right thing to do. And I must just say, that's my expectation of everybody. That doesn't mean that it is correct for all of us when we are here to talk at every moment only on behalf of the organizations we come from. Because if we do that, we're going to be a static body, and we're going to be just people coming in and saying, my mandate is to say this, my mandate is to say that. We wouldn't be a commission that actually applies its mind. So what we should be doing, in South Africa, the company law, by the way, is far more developed than any other set of rules or legislative framework that governs commissions or NGOs or trade unions or anybody else. Company law is actually quite advanced in this country. And one of the things it says is that when you serve on the board of directors of a company, you could end up serving on there because you own 25% of the shares of that company. So you're a big shareholder and people want you there because they want the shareholders to feel included. But once you enter the boardroom and you start a meeting of the board, then your responsibility is to act in the interest of the company as a whole only. You have no other capacity other than, and the company, they would say, is made up of the shareholders, who obviously want some profits. It's made up of the staff and the workers, they have particular interests as such. It's made up of the suppliers of the company and the consumers of the company. So they say, as a director, you have to apply your mind. You can't only now, because you're a shareholder, think about what's good for the shareholder. I'm using that as an example because I think when we come into these meetings, we must put on our hat as commissioners. You don't have to be too fussy about it because you can't separate yourself really, but more you've got to try to think about what's in the best interest of what we're trying to achieve as a commission. But having said that, the commission must have people who are from and who are seen to be from the main social partners. If Lebogang leaves the COSATU, we will have to ask COSATU to give us somebody else. We will have to. It's just unthinkable that we don't have somebody from COSATU on a commission like this. It's such a big union. I don't know if it's still the biggest. Maybe it is. It couldn't organize a good stay away the other day, by the way, as a matter of interest. But it's just a statement of fact. Okay. All right, accepted. Your point of order is accepted. So just for you to know that if your job description, your position, your representative position does change, and you don't offer to resign from the commission, I will be asking the president to replace you. I'm just telling you what I'll be doing. You know, that's how it will, because I think that will be in the best interest of the commission. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Ah, Joanne, yeah.
Someone Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I hear what you are saying, but I think there is another issue that we do need to consider in relation to this. So my understanding is that various organizations and constituencies were asked to recommend people, to put forward people to sit on this commission. And out of all of those recommendations that came forward, the commission was appointed. I think there is then a question about the relationship between the role as a commissioner and the way you relate to your organization. So in my case, and I mean, I'm not saying it's everybody's position, the understanding from my organization is that they felt that I would be a good person to sit on the commission. The sound is gone. Hello? But there is no expectation that I need to either report back to them or get a mandate from them. Because the understanding is that, I suppose, is that the accountability, my accountability is actually to the chair of the commission, yourself as the deputy chair, and to my fellow commissioners, and that the way we operate and engage in the commission is in a joint endeavor to take forward the work and to work together. So I think that's the one important point, that how does that relate to the way we actually function in the commission? And the second thing that I think is a fundamental strength of this commission is the fact that we don't work like a NEDLAC. In other words, that we aren't bound to tight constituency mandates, means that it has actually been able to have a much better quality of conversation and get much further in trying to both understand the multiplicity of views and get the consensus that we need in order to move this agenda forward than we would if we were all coming with a very tight mandate and saying, okay, I'm coming from this constituency and here's my bottom lines and this is how far I can move. I think there's been a collaborative process in the PCC that has really moved the climate agenda forward. So taking what you say, absolutely, I think we do need to also have a much more nuanced conversation around that, because I think there are considerable strengths in the way that we have been working. Thanks.
Good. I think that is a valuable contribution, Joanne. I hope that the minute takers will minute this conversation carefully, because it's something we may want to refer back to at some point in the future. Anybody else wants to comment on this matter? In line with what Joanne is saying, that when an organization like the NBI is asked to suggest somebody who could be appointed to the commission, and the NBI suggests somebody other than Joanne, it could well be that the appointing authority, I assume that the president, may well say, we'd prefer Joanne if you don't mind. Would you consider rather suggesting Joanne? And so that could also be the case. Part of the reason is because you want to try to, I looked at the letter which was issued initially when people were asked to appoint people. It said people with authority, influence, knowledge, etc. So, sometimes an organization could recommend somebody who really has no standing in that organization or sector, actually knowledge or background. And so the appointing authority, whom I would try to influence, I don't know if I can, by the way, just try to say, tell them to give us somebody better. I would probably do something of that sort, if I get to know. By the way, I wasn't consulted on the composition of this commission at all, but I think it's turned out to be quite nice the way it's worked out. I agree with Joanne. Okay, good. That's all. I think we must give the executive director an opportunity to make a short report. Crispian?
Thank you, Chair.
Aren't you just supposed to like speak because it's not amplifying, it's recording.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, it is. No,
it is amplifying. So good morning, commissioners and other members, and Mayor Palazzi, it's good to have you. I'm giving you a short report.
I was just going to say that the agenda has you on at 8:30, but we've got, it's very difficult to deal with cabinet ministers. You have no idea, it's very, very difficult. But Minister Patel, for various reasons, we put him on at 8:30. And he's on his way here to do that, and then we'll take you after. I think you'll find his input interesting. So I'm happy that you are here, and I'm happy that if you could bear with us for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm giving you an update on our activities for the last quarter. So this builds on the previous presentations that we've made to the Commission. The big news is that yesterday, I'm sure you saw the cabinet announcement. So the Just Transition Framework is now approved by cabinet. It's a very big milestone. And amazingly, I mean, when they approved it, they also said that there's going to be an implementation plan. We're going to integrate it into the budget and the planning system. And we encourage all social partners to take it up in their own work and planning. So it's a really great decision.
You should have said that you made the presentation to cabinet that made them approve it.
I did present to the D cluster and the ESID cluster, but this builds on a whole lot of collective work that I think this entire commission has undertaken. And then, just to note, we had this bilateral meeting with the National Planning Commission. We did circulate the minutes for that meeting. They themselves are looking at how to take the framework up in their planning. We've also been collaborating with the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation. So they're taking this up in what they call the budget prioritization framework. It's a short strategic document that informs how government does their budget allocations. We've also been talking with Treasury about how to mainstream this into fiscal policy. And the acting DG, Mr. Mamoniat, is particularly interested now in looking at that. We've also had bilateral discussions with DMRE about the Just Energy Transition Plan. And there have been some really excellent engagements with the Mpumalanga province. So a number of us, including some commissioners, went to their energy summit. And we had a follow-up Just Transition Forum, which included organized labor in the province, as well as groundwork activists and community representatives. So there's a real momentum building up in the province as well. And I'm sure you would have followed, the province has recently launched their Green Cluster Agency, which is a vehicle for driving a lot of this economic diversification in the province. There are some next steps that we're busy with. I'm just struggling to, Ntabiseng, can you just pull the next slide up? This remote doesn't seem to be working. So we've now in the process of translating the framework into other languages. And we're going to develop various communication materials around it. We're also in the process of reporting back to all the communities that we visited in the consultation process. It's been a little bit slow in getting going, partly because we've had delays in getting the funding organized to support that. But our team's been on the ground now, prepping for consultations in Gqeberha, in KZN, and in the various communities in Mpumalanga province. And I mean, our plan before the end of this financial year, so by March next year, we will have gone back to every one of the communities and added some additional communities. And, you know, that's a commitment that the Commission has made when they did these visits. And we will be calling on commissioners to join us in those meetings when they take place. We're also in the process of actively engaging with business and mining companies, sometimes in maybe a slightly frank way. I mean, my remarks at the at the coal transition day, I think were published quite widely. But, you know, on the whole, we're having some really excellent discussions. And yesterday, Joanne and I went and spoke to the Anglo, I think they call it their Strategic Managers Forum. So it's all the different Anglo companies that are active in South and Southern Africa. And, you know, amongst others, they're fully behind driving the just transition and mainstreaming it across their various pieces of work. Then we'll hear later from the PCFTT, but the Just Transition Framework is being integrated into the JETP investment plan. And I think when you eventually see the plan, you'll be pleasantly surprised at the extent to which just transition elements appear in it. We're going to continue engaging line departments. We're doing a really exciting work around employment and skills in Mpumalanga. So this is funded with Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. And we're also having a workshop with the Department of Higher Education and Training on skills planning. We're doing quite a bit of work to support the Mpumalanga province and the Green Cluster Agency. We're working with cities to implement the Just Urban Transition Policy. And Katie over there is working on an M&E system for the Just Transition, which is going to be really, I mean, quite groundbreaking, because no country in the world yet has built that kind of M&E system. So there's a lot of interest in the work that we're doing there. So I've, next slide, thanks. I spent quite a bit of time on that. I'll go a little bit quicker through the rest of this. So we're, you know, we've been building now the ability to do long-term planning around mitigation, adaptation, and just transition, with a lot of focus on research methodologies. The developments since the last meeting, you'll recall you approved these working groups. So we've now had all of the working groups on, they're called Net Zero Pathways. That's the one that Sharmini, no, Lebogang chairs, sorry. Then there's the working group on climate resilience that Makoma chairs. And then there's the climate finance working group, which Sharmini chairs. And you'll hear later from the chairs of the different working groups. So I'm not going to go into their detailed work. I'd rather the chairs lead us on that. But just to say, you know, Desigan's recently developed this methodology for what's referred to as climate resilient development pathways. That comes out of the working group 2 work of the UNFCCC. And there are investigations that we launched both into the KZN floods and the Gqeberha water crisis. And in our next commission meeting, we'll bring those reports to you. So we've done some background work, we've talked to stakeholders, and we've got reports out on both of those areas. We're also nearly ready with a report on net zero and how we define it. Steve has started quite detailed planning work around pathways to net zero. And you would have all seen the ongoing energy dialogues that we're having. And the plan still, I mean, as we've reported at previous meetings, is to make recommendations on an energy transition plan to government and to Minister Mantashe. Next slide, please. On the financing side, so climate finance, we've been finally secured the money for a multi-year tracking of climate finance flows. So we've got a 3-year commitment from AFD, and the project's about to commence. As I said, we've been actively participating in the PCFTT, and at Mr. Manele's request, we've been arranging engagements with each of the social partners, and that includes local government and the faith communities. Those are still to take place. We've also completed the conceptual design of a just transition financing mechanism, which Shamini's working group is processing. And we're initiating work on more detailed costing of the entire transition. Next slide, please. Just on the international front, I know this isn't core business for us, but just to say, we participate in the International Climate Council's network and its various working groups. We're trying to push them to include more developing countries, particularly in Africa. We're doing a partnership event with the UNDP on the 20th of September. So that's during the UN General Assembly, and it's on just energy transitions in Africa. So the idea is to try and broaden the focus to other African countries and the energy transitions they're going through. We're also we're convening what's termed a JETP learning exchange. So basically we're trying to share lessons we've learned in our JETP process and also learn from what other developing countries are doing. And that's happening on the 27th and 28th of September in Cape Town. And we're doing that in partnership with the African Climate Foundation and the PCFTT. And then COP27 obviously is the sort of end point for this year. And in collaboration with DFFE, NBI and ACF, we're looking at how to showcase the just transition at COP27. Next slide, Ntambiseng. On the institutional arrangement, so the chair mentioned the additional commissioners that we're bringing in. We're still waiting for 1 or 2 sectors that still haven't nominated. So we haven't yet had the SALGA nomination, which the mayor may want to prod them on. But I understand it's in process. And despite clamoring to be on the commission, we still haven't had the BASA nomination. So just to note, we have made a detailed submission on the climate change bill. The great news is that the hearings are kicking off next week. So there's a first round of hearings on the 7th. And we've been invited as the commission to kick off those hearings. So it's a really great, position they've put us in. And if any commissioners want to help us craft what we say on that day, please get hold of me. And then just to say, we have now started recruiting a second layer of people for the commission. I wanted to, if I may, Chair, just introduce the staff briefly to you. First of all, particularly for this commission, we now have, I mean, you'll recall the very sad loss of Mac Makurela. And we really should just, once again pay tribute to the work that he did in getting us going. And I'm very pleased to announce that Nonhlanhla, I mistakenly called her Buthelezi. That's her maiden name. It's Nonhlanhla Jones. So if you could just stand up, Nonhlanhla, so we could all see you. She will be starting on the 1st of November. So she's very kindly agreed to come here today and to meet you all, so that she, can put faces to names. And then also to announce Tumelo Langa, who's our business support administrator. Welcome. Ignatius Masilela, who's our comms coordinator. Hi there, Ignatius. Simpiwe Ngwenya, who's our mitigation project manager. Welcome, Simpiwe. And in Taviseng Masinge, who's our senior comms coordinator. So it's really great to have the sort of second layer to our administration. And all these managers can now actually really get down to work and start delivering. And then just to say the move to NEDLAC is fully underway. I really want to thank Minister Creasy and her department for the way that they've been helping get that going. All the legal stuff's in place, the MOU's written, the budget adjustment has been submitted to Treasury, and we will be fully present at NEDLAC formally from 1 November. Although we're already starting to operate from there and we're getting great support from the NEDLAC people. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, Chair. Just quickly on the finances, I mean, the chair of the Finance and Governance Committee will be reporting later, but just to say, we've got 3 fiscal hosting arrangements in place. I mean, we don't have our own budget as yet because we're not a separate legal persona, but we're working through NEDLAC, basically with the DFFE funding, through the African Climate Foundation with some of the other donor funding. So for instance, the GIAP money is going through there, but the ACF is no longer giving us that. They don't want to do core funding support, they want to do project support. And then NBI has set up a mechanism for channeling private sector funding. And you'll recall we had a donation from Vodacom earlier this year, and we are under discussion with Yellowwoods and Sasol about other private sector donations, and more will follow. The Finance and Governance Committee under Joanne Bates continuing to provide very effective oversight. And all of our fundraising, I mean, just to be assured that there's a set of principles and criteria that the committee's been approved, and we vet every funder against those. Last slide, please. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to take any questions if you want, Chair.
Thank you, Crispin. Are there any questions to Crispin? Melissa? Somebody's going to have to pass around the mic. Melissa.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Chair. Thanks, Dr. Orr, for the presentation. And I think we are going to talk a little bit later about the Finance and Governance Committee, but if you can just immediately flag risks associated with funding received from some of our biggest emitters. I haven't seen these principles, or I think there's a policy referred to in the minutes. I don't know if you meant exactly directly from Sasol or associated with, but I think we just need to flag that straight away. And thanks.
Christian, you want to comment on that?
Should we take
Are there,
all the points? Bobby's got a
Bobby?
hand and the general's got a hand.
okay, Bobby? Okay, the general, you've got the mic. Here.
Thank you, Chair, colleagues. Given that the Just Transition Framework has been approved by the Cabinet, I know that we are an advisory body to the President, but I think the Department of Environment should coordinate other departments who are represented in Parliament through various portfolio committees, so that we update them quickly, because I'm sure the Department of Environment will face or refer this matter to Parliament for ratification or whatever. But it would be good to brief the relevant portfolio committees from trade to environment, forestry, and so on and so on. In doing so, the minister can be accompanied by a few members of the commission to help unpack the work we have been doing. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Oliver. Comprehensive and busy as always. On the issue around working with cities to implement a just urban transition policy, I don't know, what is happening, but it's important to connect up with at least the work that we are doing in Durban, but there's a whole lot of other NGOs that are also doing this type of urban just transition work, specifically in Durban with waste pickers. That's the one issue. And there's been a serious concern. There's a platform of community-based organizations such as Abashlali and a whole lot of others in Durban, looking at how do we assist and work with the municipality post the floods. And there's COGTA, there's the Auditor General, there is the South African Human Rights Commission. Everybody's flooded into Durban to try and get an understanding about what happened in Durban, but they're not talking to each other, nor are they talking to the people that we believe were affected. So I think there's an issue. We don't want the Commission also making the same mistake. So it's important to be able to link up with those other groups. And may I just, at this moment, Deputy Chair, say that we should have a moment of silence for Mr. Mnguni, who was murdered for his work with Abashlali, Durban. And this is what I said at the meeting we had at Vodacom, the Vodacom World, is that if activists continue to be murdered on the ground without anybody being held responsible, we're not going to get very far in a just transition in South Africa. So I want us to have a moment of silence for Mr. Mnguni, and I guess for Mac as well, to show our respect.
Shall we bow our heads for a moment?
I guess the question is, what is the Commission going to do about this? How are we going to address it? Are we going to speak to the President so that these issues such as Mafakile and Bazuka Radebe and Kolobeni is also dealt with?
Thank you. Any other? If not, Christian.
Chair, I'm going to suggest that on the issue of the fundraising policy, we address that when Joanne reports later. I mean, it has been a subject of discussion at the Commission. We do have, a short couple of pages that the committees approved as our working sort of working guidelines and the criteria against which we evaluate funders, but they've called for a more detailed fundraising strategy, and that is under development. Well, I support the General's proposal about us leading a delegation to Parliament. I think it would be very useful, and I think it should be led by commissioners, and we as the Secretariat would be happy to support. On Bobby's issues about investigating these deaths, I mean, I'm happy to have a discussion with him and see exactly what role the Commission itself could play in that.
Thank you very much. The two big issues that we're focusing on at this meeting, one is the electric vehicles in South Africa, and we have the Minister of Trade and Industry, Mr. Ibrahim Patel, who will talk to us about that. So we'll give that some good quality time. I don't know how much time the minister has, but we're giving that priority. And the second big issue is a focus on the Johannesburg Metro and climate change. This is the hub of the financial and industrial hub of the country. It is the biggest metropolitan government. The last time, at the last meeting, we had some focus on Tekwini, partly because of the climate change related floods that happened over there. And we thought that we would do a focus on here and hear from the mayor what the thinking of Joburg is and what we could do to work together with the city going forward. So those are the two big issues. And then, of course, we have a number of other sorts of matters. But Mr. Patel, Minister Patel, can I hand over to you?
Well, let me start by saying good morning to everyone, and thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and I also extend my greetings to my colleague, Minister Creasy, and to all of the members of the Commission, as well as the staff of the Commission. Let me start by appreciating the opportunity for an engagement. I think this is very useful, and I'm hoping I can walk away here with some additional insights on quite an important part of our overall approach to addressing matters relating to climate change. I know that you have a busy program. I've seen the many items that the Commission is going to seek to squeeze in before 1 o'clock. So I'm going to really jump straight into the issues. I've prepared a few slides. They're in the form of a working document. These documents are by their nature able to change. So we're sharing, as it were, the latest thinking on the new energy vehicle roadmap. So can I then perhaps start by recognizing the fact that this work that we're doing here fits into a much wider strategy. And I'm going to try to focus on the very narrow aspects of the brief that you've given. But I'm going to point to perhaps a few of those connections where what we do on the matter of electric vehicles is profoundly shaped by the other elements of the overall strategy that South Africa is adopting. Now I just need to get to the point where this works right. I think we're in business. So by way of a problem statement, the global transition to new energy vehicles presents, on the one hand, an existential challenge, and on the other hand, a significant opportunity for South Africa's automotive industry. I'd like to share with the Commission as we start a little snapshot of the South African auto industry. It plays an important role in the economy. It directly employs in manufacture and assembly of vehicles and components more than 100,000 people. And the manufacture and assembly of components with the economic multiplier contributes between 4 and 5% of South Africa's GDP. When you think about it, that's quite an extraordinary contribution to our overall economic output. If I take last year as an illustration, the local automotive manufacturing sector generated sales of about just over 300 billion rand, making it the 4th largest manufacturing sector by sales. It paid some 32 billion rand in wages in the formal sector, and the export of vehicles and components accounts for about 15% of South Africa's export revenue. So a very big generator of Forex. Over the last few years, I took 2019 and 2020, the industry accounted for $4 billion and $1.1 billion of greenfield investment in South Africa. So it gives you a range. Some years, because of the lumpiness of investment, that it follows cycles of the major auto manufacturers, it could be a very significant figure like the $4 billion, or it could be a still large figure like the $1 billion. One of the key features of the industry is that it's regionally highly clustered. And so when you look at the contribution of the sector to the economy, it's worth breaking that down to the regional impact. And so if I take 3 provinces, which are the 3 main provinces affected, where the industry is located and where much of its value is generated, it accounts for 26% of manufacturing employment in the Eastern Cape. There's that whole network of OEMs and suppliers that you'll find in Gqeberha, you'll find Volkswagen in Uitenhage, a number of suppliers around there. And in addition to that, if you look at Nelson Mandela Bay specifically, it accounts for just over 40% of manufacturing employment. In Buffalo City, where Mercedes-Benz is located, it accounts for 27% of manufacturing employment. In Tshwane, which is a growing part of the auto sector, 13%. In eThekwini, where Toyota is based, 9%. It's a significant tax contributor right along the local value chain. And it has very significant economic and employment multipliers. I've shared with you here on the employment side, just the direct employment. But if you take, for example, the Eastern Cape or Nelson Mandela Bay specifically, absent the contribution of the auto industry, you'll have a very significant collapse of employment in the area and in manufacturing. Turning next to South Africa's competitive position, we have a number of strengths, but we compete in a market globally where automakers, the large OEMs, survey the world and try to work out where best should they locate the assembly plants and the component suppliers. And it's a fierce competition. And you never land these things permanently. It's as good as the next investment cycle. The strengths of the South African automotive industry, they include, we've negotiated preferential trade access to a number of markets, the European Union and the UK, the United States under the terms of the Africa Growth and Opportunities Act, and particular African markets, those ones that we have particular agreements with, obviously SACU, that's the Southern African Customs Union, and SADC. We have a predictable policy environment and a well-developed system of support through what is called the APDP and the AIS. I'll come to that a bit later. And there's been significant prior investment in processes, in skills, and technologies. So we have some legacy contribution that is difficult for a completely new player to replicate. We're the largest assembler on the African continent. Just incidentally, the African continent accounts for 17% of the world's population, but just under 1% of global car production. And South Africa accounts for the largest slice of that. The only other significant manufacturer of vehicles is Morocco. Many other countries, though, are keen to get into it. So Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, a number of other countries, Nigeria, have expressed an interest in the case of Egypt, significant investment. In the case of the others, a beginning of investment in the auto industry. Globally, we're about 21st. So we're a significant player globally too. The challenges for the South African automotive industry is that we have a smaller local market than many other preferred destinations. So if you take China, for example, I mean, we compete our domestic market together with contiguous economies. So even if you add SACU, it's a tiny fraction of what China represents to a big automaker sitting in Germany or Japan or the United States and having to decide where to locate their operations. We have high logistics costs, particularly in exporting to the rest of the world. We have a shallower component supply chain than very large markets. And that's important because location of the component supply is a factor that drives long-term decision-making. And then, of course, one of the more immediate challenges we faced over the last number of years is intermittent energy supply. Government has a customized program that we've developed and refined over the years that provides two industry-specific elements for the auto sector. The first is the APDP, that's the Automotive Production and Development Program. And essentially, I mean, it's a complex program with lots of rules, as you can imagine, but I'm going to try to sum it up by saying it's a system where the large manufacturers, what we call the OEMs, which stands for the original equipment manufacturers. So those companies like a Volkswagen or a Ford Motor Company, they earn a rebate credit based on the level of local value add in the vehicles they produce. So they produce vehicles for both the domestic and export markets. And we provide them with a certificate that says you can now import with a rebate of duty, a discount of duty, or a waiver of duty, whatever you'd want to call it, based on this. So essentially what the logic of this is, because vehicle manufacturing is driven by economies of scale, if you produce tiny quantities of vehicles, the prices are typically very high. And so the incentive system is to try to promote long runs. compensating in part for the fact that our domestic market is limited. When you do long runs and you still want consumers to have choice, remember Henry Ford famously said when he revolutionized mass production, and he did the tea bottle, he said, people said to him, you know, can't you provide a little bit more variety in what you do? And he said, well, consumers can have any color vehicle that they want as long as it's black. And I mean, the world's moved on a little bit, but because consumers have their choices of the vehicles they'd like, an OEM strategy would be based on taking, so take Mercedes Benz as an example. They'll do the C-Class vehicle in South Africa. It's one of only 3 locations in the world where they do the C-Class. They do it in Bremen in Germany, in Beijing in China, and in Buffalo City in South Africa. Now, they do a very large run of these vehicles. They export the bulk of those vehicles. They earn these rebate certificates from them, and then they bring in the E-Class and the other Mercedes vehicles. They import those, and they use those rebate certificates to offset the duty. There's also a production incentive that can be used to offset duty on imported vehicles, which is tradable, and a volume and localization allowance that can be used to offset duty, but that's not tradable. Those are just the technical elements of it. The second program we have is a direct cash grant that's given to OEMs and component manufacturers based on the investment that they put in. So it's essentially an attempt to support an investment-led program that we don't have the most inefficient vehicle manufacturers in South Africa with the oldest technologies and so on, but that we try to ensure that our industry remains cutting edge, because that's really an important way of future-proofing. So on the one hand, government provides these resources. We've costed these and we've looked at what the industry pays in tax in return. And of course, while the specific information would be confidential, these support programs are roughly fiscally neutral. So we've taken a comparison of what we contribute by way of incentives, what we generate by way of tax revenue, based on the fact that we have a local industry. So this excludes revenue that's generated from the sector outside of its local component. And broadly speaking, these two balance out. And that's based on the calculations by the South African Revenue Service. If you take the calculations that the industry has, and you can imagine with these things slightly different models, they say it's a fiscally positive sector with South African making more money out of its location here than would be the case otherwise. Okay, moving next to the NEV transition implications for South Africa. The majority of our production is in petrol and in diesel engines, what we call ICE vehicles. That's the internal combustion engines. We do some hybrid electric vehicles. We've started particularly with the Toyota Corolla, the Corolla Cross vehicle. There's been smaller scale production of C-Class vehicles, Mercedes-Benz C-Class, but the one that's done on scale is the Corolla Cross. We launched this program last year. The president opened the production line, and sales took off quite robustly. Unfortunately, the April floods disabled the production plant, probably the single biggest workplace that was affected by the the floods in April was Toyota. For those of you who know the geography of KZN or eThekwini, the plant is located at the back of the old airport. And it was just, I mean, the water was probably chest high in the factory. We export focused. About 60% of our production is exported to other markets, and this varies by vehicle maker. For some OEMs, it's even higher. And the relevance of that is clear when we look at the fact that about 45% of our production is exported to the UK and the EU. And those two jurisdictions are introducing legislation that will essentially bar the sale of ICE vehicles, of the internal combustion engine. So our biggest market is now changing. In 2026, there will be some regulations, emission regulations that will require additional compliance costs. But the big storyline starts from 2030, where the UK introduces legislation to bar the sale of ICE and soft hybrids. And by 2035, the EU plans to introduce similar legislation. Now, of course, there's a big debate at the moment in the European Union. In the first flush of commitments, the EU made these broad commitments. But now, as the cost is being tallied, there's a lot more discussion about the affordability of these states. But one way or the other, whether they change slightly, whether they are retained, whether they're in fact brought forward based on the pressures of climate change, the world is changing. Our global market is changing quite profoundly. As the Commission will know, both the European Union and the UK is also considering the introduction of a cross-border carbon tax on imports, and that would have quite a significant impact. We take into account that the industry has long lead times between the decision to invest and a new vehicle coming off the production line. You have a gap that in some cases could be a few years. And so in calibrating our strategy, we have to take into account that these are not sudden decisions. And even after the decisions are taken by an OEM, there's some time to implement. So take as an example, if a big automaker invests in a vehicle production system, then they amortize the cost over a period. They would typically say a 7-year period where they recover that investment that they've made. And so the next investment cycle would start thereafter. And so you've got to have some degree of policy predictability that can enable these investment cycles to be aligned to what we're seeking to do at national level. NEVs tend to be anything between 20 and 50% more expensive than its equivalent internal combustion engine vehicle. And so that will constrain and is constraining the South African consumer market. The industry provides a strategic opportunity for South Africa. So we've done the typical pros cons analysis. If you look at the internal combustion engine, it has some advantages. We have that expertise. No additional support is required. And the argument was made initially that perhaps South Africa should retain ICE production, internal combustion engine production, and become a leader in that as other countries shift to electric vehicles. So since we will have in a number of developing countries for a much longer period than developed countries, a market for internal combustion engines, that is an argument that has been put forward. On the disadvantage side, the ICE market is declining, and if we lose 45% of our production by what's happening in the European Union and the UK, we'd have to compensate by opening up new markets. And there's the risk that competitor countries already have these key markets locked in. If we look at the shift to NEVs, if we do it successfully, we can retain and potentially grow an industry with a significant part of our GDP. We can support and grow jobs and enable the regional impact and development. We can maintain the export profile in two markets where we have an advantage as South Africa. And so that's leveraging off the trade agreements we've negotiated. And we can position South Africa and the industry for the next generation of technology, assist with decarbonization domestically, and create a number of ancillary industries in new components and for South Africa beneficiation. What are some of the challenges? It may increase the cost to the fiscus. We have a smaller long-term. So there are fewer individual parts in an electric vehicle drive chain. If you look at an EV, the component calculation between an internal combustion engine vehicle and the electric vehicle is very, very different. And so that can have an impact on local component manufacturers. And then finally, we compete. We compete against global NEV manufacturing sectors where other governments, and some of them with deeper pockets, are entering the fray. We took account of these. We did a careful assessment of these factors. And obviously, this is just a very broad assessment I've put here, but based on a much more careful assessment, it makes it clear that the strategic shift to the new energy vehicles is compelling and appropriate for the South African market. We've got to move here. So it's not that we've closed our eyes to the other options. We've looked at them and we've concluded it would be in South Africa's best interest to move to electric vehicles. So we did some work, our work program, and I start by highlighting the President's commitment in the State of the Nation address this year, where he said investment in electric vehicles and hydrogen will equip South Africa to meet the global clean energy future. And so we've worked closely with energy partners to develop a roadmap. I have a little lag with the remote. So in the strategic objectives for the roadmap, we looked at the fact that the NEV transition can realize the opportunity for South Africa to deepen its contribution to the value chain, and all the things that I think the Commission would recognize to maintain a thriving manufacturing sector and an industry that supports and grows jobs. But it can also create jobs to compensate for adjustment in other sectors, and that's quite important. It can enable us to prioritize technology development, and depending on how we cut the final program, we'd need to ensure an affordability framework for the fiscus and the economy more broadly. Much as we know we've got to take this approach, we do so in a fiscally constrained environment. And our other objectives would be to maintain key export market access for South Africa and to contribute to our carbon reduction strategy. So depending on the detail, and I'll come to some of that now, these are key objectives that we've set ourselves based on the SWOT analysis I spoke of earlier. Some specific considerations for the development of the roadmap. Timing of measures is particularly important. So if you look at the demand side considerations, the first thing would be, as we seek to roll out electric vehicle consumption in South Africa, which I distinguish from production, we have to take into account capacity on the grid and the impact of electric vehicles on demand. And so if you have a constrained grid and you have a significant pull of additional demand for additional energy, you aggravate the challenges that we're so clearly experiencing at the moment. So this transition has to be managed looking carefully at what we're doing to boost overall energy supply. The second one is we've got to look at the carbon intensity of grid energy generation. If you have a grid that is still predominantly coal-driven, then the overall value of electric vehicle consumption is moderated by the fact that it draws its energy still. So the technology in the car is green, but the juice that comes into the car by way of the electric power is still fossil fuel based. So of course, it doesn't have to be 100% green, but you've got to be able to get the balance right to be able to get that climate change dividend. A third consideration is electric vehicle technology maturity and affordability. This is an area where things are moving fast. The technologies of 5 years ago is almost unrecognizable now. And in the next 5 years, we anticipate with the level of investment that I'd say maybe 5-6 years ago, the large automakers still thought that they had more time and less competition with electric vehicles. Tesla changed the game. The new Chinese green vehicle manufacturers are also changing the game. And so this massive investment in technology means that we may well find the affordability propositions changing over the next few years. So when you come in at the production cycle too early and you don't get the best technology, and so costs are high, too late and you've missed the bus. And so it's just trying to calibrate the timing. Got to take into account availability of charging infrastructure and the cost thereof. It's only at the point where charging infrastructure is dense enough that consumers begin to shift. And then regulator actions in export markets. You don't control that. We have to adjust our strategy to take into account what will happen in the European Union and the UK. And of course, other markets that will begin to regulate in this area. There's a number of supply side considerations. The first one is the investment required and the need for the large automakers to make decisions on location and investment. So the automakers are sitting now, they're looking at their 10-year, 15-year plan, and they're fitting countries into that plan. And with this, obviously the first movers have the advantage that if you're able to make yourself an attractive place where automakers want to locate their operations, then you may be able to attract more than you would if those commitments are made for Thailand or for Germany or for China. But in addition to that, we've got to take into account how to develop South Africa's component capability so that as we get the assembly done, it's not based on sucking in completely imports for the NEV specific components. And we've got to take into account also improvements in logistics and transport infrastructure. So that's the other side of the charging infrastructure, the demand and the supply side of it. And then finally, we take into account the overlapping technologies between internal combustion engines and the new energy vehicles for component manufacturing. There are some things that are common to both. They both still need windscreens and wipers. And then there are those ones that fall in the middle. And then, of course, very electric vehicle specific components. And so the phasing and the timing of interventions have to take into account all these different elements that I've spoken to and get the right timing with all of them. And there are interest groups in each of these, and these interest groups will seek to either move forward or delay based on their particular economic challenges and objectives. And government needs to try to get this right, that it advances the broader interest. A South African NEV roadmap is beginning to take shape. The first element has been perhaps the most challenging, as I'm sure commissioners will all understand, and that is to develop a support package, because that is where we compete with many other demands by other industries for support, demands for housing, healthcare, the fight against crime, the needs of the education sector. And so we've moved from a set of costing exercises to a point where there's a growing convergence in government on what is required for the enabling environment for NEV production in South Africa. And the Minister of Finance attended a meeting recently with the industry where he set out some broader points of the approach that we are going to be taking in looking at budget issues. But this is, of course, the most complex area. It's an area that until we've been able to work through these processes within government, we generally don't really do a blow-by-blow in the public domain on the budget process. And these processes take a bit of time, and then they are formally announced in national budget speeches and in the budgets that are tabled in Parliament. The second area that we've done a lot of work on is on the phasing of the roadmap. And here there was a number of different approaches, from a preference by particularly some of the global players that South Africa should be a consumption-led jurisdiction. In other words, that we should start by making it attractive for consumers to buy electric vehicles, not produce them here, just encourage consumption of it. And as that market grows, OEMs then will take the market signal to see what's the size of the demand, and then decide whether that justifies production in South Africa. There's the production-led focus that says we've got to start by recognizing, for all the reasons we've given, that our approach will need to be led by focusing initially on the at-risk export markets, that the South African standards, arrangements, and regulations won't make it a market that will initially move to electric vehicle consumption. But let's get our production of EVs right, export them to those markets where there is both the spending power and the regulatory incentives to encourage consumption. And then off the back of what we've been able to do and bringing down the prices with what we've been able to achieve with export runs, sell an increasing quantity of that in the domestic market. And at an appropriate point, a little bit down the line, look at incentives that will get motorists to shift to EV consumption. Of all the measures we've looked at, The most expensive by far is any measure that's directed at South African consumers. Very expensive. So we've done independent studies looking at the cost of a materially helpful consumption incentive. The third is component manufacturing. We've begun to identify components that the industry is working on to produce locally. I'll come back to that later. The fourth one is we spend a bit of time thinking what should be the architecture of our system. Do we essentially scrap the existing incentive programs and replace it with something completely new and different? And we've settled that we've got to use the APDP and build on it, adjust it, make some changes, and essentially enable it to get the large automakers to shift to electric vehicle production. The fifth area of work has been work on the mobilization of grant and concessional funding. And this is in the COP26 agreements. We'll come back a little bit later to this. But really here, and my colleague, Minister Creasy, will have a lot of areas here that she could also report on. But this is essentially working on finalizing the investment plan and the terms ahead of COP27. Rules of origin, we're looking at rules of origin under the African Continental Free Trade Area. It's a challenging discussion because it means aligning the decisions of trade ministers from 54 countries. And so we're making some progress, but we haven't landed this one yet. And potentially looking at rules of origin under the European Union Economic Partnership Agreement. And those discussions will start shortly. There's been discussion on whether we align the specific tariffs under the European Union EPA, that's the Economic Partnership Agreement, that deals with ICE vehicles and electric vehicles. Done some work on improved energy infrastructure. This is the broader work that government as a whole has done. Praveen Gordon, Gwede Mantashe, the team of ministers working on energy, looking at increasing renewable energy in the different bid windows and improve the business case for new energy installation. Some work's been done on logistics corridor. For example, I thought I should, what do they call say, acknowledge, there's a better way, do a shout out, I think it's called, for the IDC, given that Joanne is here. They working now with Transnet for this enhanced rail link between Gauteng and Gqeberha. So Ford Motor Company has decided to massively scale up its production in South Africa. And we've assisted by creating a framework, a special economic zone, where their component manufacturers can be located close to the factory. And that means if they realize their ambition, our existing infrastructure will be insufficient for the volume of increased vehicles that will come off those production lines. And then finally, just to give a little, not a comprehensive sense, but just a few examples of other NEV initiatives underway. So what I've spoken about now is, let's call it the mainstream big changes in vehicle production in South Africa, sedans and taxis and trucks and so on. But we have, in addition to that, Mellow Vans, which the IDC is an investee company, and they've developed an e-van, one of these three-wheelers for the European and UAE market. And we're looking at local assembly of the vans in Cape Town for export to other markets, and then to get South African retailers to adopt this as the preferred way. One bus company in Cape Town announced the piloting of an e-bus, and they're considering local assembly of buses in Cape Town as they replace their current fleet. Anglo, as you saw in that those pictures and visuals that were publicized a couple months ago, launched the new gen NEV truck, which provides, if it's shown to be successful, it has the potential to enable local manufacturing, because Anglo would be using that technology for it's a fuel cell driven vehicle for their global mining operations. Then there's a few others, the minibus taxi flex project that will have a pilot commencing next year. The Sasol Toyota partnership on the hydrogen fuel cell corridor from Gauteng to KZN, and a few projects that are under discussions with the DTIC on piloting the use of hydrogen fuel cell drive vehicles in the logistics sector. I mentioned local components as an important element, and the reason for that is the significant jobs in this value chain is created in component manufacturing. In the internal combustion engine sector, you have 2 jobs in component manufacturing for 1 job in assembly. Now, of course, electric vehicles will change that ratio, but it's important for South Africa to begin to shift its component manufacturing. If we don't do that, even if we make a successful switch to electric vehicles, we'll have massive job losses, because components is actually the heart of employment in the sector. So the industry is identified, this is now the component industry, electric motor and transmission opportunities. They believe that they have the materials and manufacturing technology available locally for the production of the electric motor, and that on the transmission, the supply chain has capability to localize transmission. The challenge here is the big automakers, of course, decide globally on who are their component suppliers. On the power electronics, I've put in there something on the printed circuit boards where we have local capability, and the housing unit. On high voltage electrical distribution, the wiring harnesses, we have capacity to produce that, and the charge ports. So those are some, let's call them early components that have been identified. Battery production remains the key. Just like under the internal combustion engine, it's the engine that's the heart of what countries seek to do. In electric vehicles, it's the battery, not the motor. Let me see if I've skipped a slide. We've looked at the introduction of a phased approach to NEV policy, and this is done based on experience that we've had from elsewhere in the world. In particular, we did a study, we commissioned a study as the DTIC, looking at what has been the experience, for example, in Thailand, and it's one of a number of countries that we've carefully studied. And what has been a common approach in a number of different countries is a phasing in of the different elements of the transition. In our benchmark study, we looked at China, Thailand, India, Morocco, Mexico, South Korea, and Japan. There's been incentives which include direct consumer subsidies, rebates for assembly and component manufacturing. And the study have found that most competitive countries are beginning to announce their plans for EV sales and production. Thailand has divided their support into 3 phases with an aim of increasing EV production to about 750,000 vehicles per year by 2030. That would be about 1/3 of their total production. Thailand, by the way, is an interesting competitor because that would be the most direct benchmark for South Africa. And we've looked at what it would cost in Rand. It costs about 19 billion Rand up to 2025. And we've looked at how they've structured the different elements of it. Based on that kind of analysis, the 3 phases we've identified is the first phase focusing on assembly, principally, as I've indicated, for export, while preparing for local sales, with some piloting where we can get some of the OEMs to come in potentially earlier, depending on the investment cycles. In phase 2 is to grow domestic consumption market and build further on component manufacturing, and then consider a shift to full electric with implementation across the OEMs. And in phase 3, it's really a primary focus at the level of policy on domestic market development for NEVs. Climate change funding, I'm sure the Commission has already discussed this matter, so I'm not going to really spend much time other than just to recall that our commitment in COP26 was quite a bold ambition that we set out. It was based very clearly on an expectation of quite a bold level of support by partner countries. We're delivering. Our partner countries are not yet delivering. We hope that by COP27, we would have an agreement. A draft JTP investment plan is being drafted. A lot of roundtables taking place with industry stakeholders. The investment plan highlights the threat to jobs and the economic activity of the transition, the potential of new industrial capacity and jobs, the component and particularly the battery value chain, and the priority decarbonization pathways for South Africa's transport sector. A number of projects have been identified. They're underway in last mile logistics, specialized vehicles, infrastructure, and battery value chains. I think the next slide may give you a little better sense of it. There we are. So excluding now the industry level incentive schemes that I've spoken about, if you just look at specific projects that's been worked on, we can divide them for purposes of our discussion as auto-related projects, battery mineral projects, and NEV localization. And you see there that over the period that we're looking at, we've got projects of about 6 billion in auto-related projects, and you see the different numbers there. So this work here has been a little bit updated, and just looking at the numbers, they've grown further since we prepared this slide early this morning. I got some additional information, but essentially we're probably at about 13, 14 billion now in projects. So what we've done, and which I would perhaps just like to speak to briefly as I sum up, is that there's a range of additional work now required to finalize the roadmap. We've tabled the revised roadmap with stakeholders, quite detailed, putting each of the components in, indicating what year we think we need to wrap that up. And we are now engaging, as you can imagine, working with all of them, taking their various points into account. We're seeking to finalize funding, and here it is the monies from partner countries, from the national budget, from the private sector, and from DFIs. finalizing opportunities in component manufacturing to fit into the roadmap. What can we do by when? The charging infrastructure alignment, the measures to address bringing down the cost of doing business. So some reforms that's taking place in logistics and energy that we think will be important to take into account. And finally, rules of origin in trade agreements. So I've tried to lift out from much more detailed work that has been conducted, the big picture, to present to the Commission a bit of a snapshot of some of the challenges that we face, some of the work we've done, where it's beginning to land, and ultimately it comes down to a way of putting this puzzle together. How much budget resources you bring in, when do you have grid stability to enable local consumption, what do you do on the renewable energy mix, how much localization of components do you put in phase 1 compared to phase 2, how do you incentivize battery manufacturers to come here, and how do you play off South Africa's advantage in potentially in battery production. When I tried to shorten the presentation, taking into account your long program, I didn't really focus too much on battery production. But there's a study looking at the battery value chain that we've commissioned from independent researchers. And of course, it drew attention to the South Africa's mineral endowment for lithium ion production, manganese, cobalt, iron ore, nickel, and titanium that we have. How we can bring that together for commercial production of battery cells in South Africa, tapping into the skill of the pool of skilled and experienced persons, and developing a battery recycling industry. So that essentially sets out the work that the department has done. Chair, can I hand back to you?
Thank you very much, Minister, for taking the time and trouble to take us carefully through this complicated matter. I must say that I found the presentation to be rather inspiring. Questions to the
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, good morning. Sometime in 1988, I led a delegation to south of Germany in Esslingen to recruit a company which was responsible for manufacturing and building catalytic converters. Indeed, we succeeded on that. It was established in Butterworth, and then after 94, it was shifted to PE. And it created a lot of jobs. And the number of cars which are manufactured today in South Africa, especially those who are destined for export, are using that material. The beauty about it is that it's using local material, most of the, like platinum and so on and so on. Platinum material. How I wish that the relevant material can speedily be identified by the department. We do the beneficiation here and compete with other countries so as to make sure that South Africa lead in this industry. Lastly, the issue of decarbonization pathway of South Africa is not going to start today. We're from lead to unleaded, and then these catalytic converters. So a balancing act will have to be applied, because the manufacturers, the cars we're selling out, or the cars which are being exported out, in other countries, they have not even started to do or talk about electrification. So it would be good that you work closely with the manufacturers here at home first to say, how are you going to shift? How many people are likely to lose jobs in South Africa as a result of this rush?
Thank you very much. I'm not going to encourage many more questions and comments because we're going to run out of time. That was a comment, Minister, for you to note. But I see now suddenly a flurry of hands. You see what the general did is he made a small speech. Lebogang.
The deputy is intimidating us today. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for the presentation, because I think what it does, it gives us a bit of hope that, you know, it seems like a lot is happening. I just wanted to reflect on the conversation that came out of the working group on net zero pathways, which just made an acknowledgement that decarbonization in the transport sector seems to be happening much quicker than in the actual energy sector. And we should probably grapple with those issues because it also has an impact on how we position our policy responses in order to be able to support mitigation in the particular and adaptation in the sectors. So instead of the huge rush to Mpumalanga, we should also pay careful attention to what is happening in this particular sector, which can often be also specific to particular regions. I also would like us to also, I know electric vehicles is the buzzword, but we need to think about transport more broadly so that we can take advantage of the opportunities that exist within the entire value chain. And quite central to some of these conversations is how we anticipate to strengthen Transnet to be able to adapt to the changes that are going to happen within the transport sector more broadly. We were silent on the role of, you know, the specific parastatals, especially when it comes to these issues pertaining to adaptation of entire sectors as opposed to just a particular activity within the actual sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I think that one of the challenges when we think about the just transition in relation to this sector is, in particular, is the very widespread implications of the shift for workers right across the transport value chain. Now, I don't believe that we can prevent this shift from happening. I think it's not only about Europe and the UK, it is also about the fact that China, India, and large numbers of countries in Latin America have also set target dates for the phase out of their ICE vehicles. And so there's an international move, and the faster we can keep up with it in the most responsible way in relation to the impacts for people, I think is a really big question. And so I think that in parallel with the industrial strategy around the introduction of EVs, we need to do a huge amount of work around what needs to be done in terms of reskilling, in terms of redeployment, in terms of looking at opportunities for new enterprises to be created in this value chain. I mean, a number of the examples that you mentioned at the end are entrepreneurial examples. The rollout of EV charging stations across the country, I think, is a real opportunity for small entrepreneurs to be able to get into a value chain that at the moment they're very much shut out of. So maybe just sort of the people side of this, I think, needs a strategy, a comprehensive strategy on its own. Thanks.
Thank you. The last is Bobby Peak. We can go on. The problem is we're going to have to drop somebody else. And the mayor is here waiting. One of the things I could suggest, though, I don't know what your time is, Minister Patel, is that we could go on to the next item, come back to this, but you probably have to go. No, you just got a bit, I'm in a bit of a, I don't want to be rude to Mayor Palazzi. She's been waiting now for quite some time. So, and you see, Joanne made a speech. The problem, Minister, is that this is the opportunity people have to tell you things, and it's hard to stop them also. So, Bobby, let's try to sound. Okay, you don't want. Okay, let's go here. No, I want to make a speech.
I think looking at what the minister has presented, the question is, do we have an industrial policy adjustment to make sure that this happens? Or are we going to figure it out along the way? Now that Just Transition has got a framework and Just Transition is a journey, is this journey figured out by the industrial policy?
For the opportunity, and I'm not going to give a preamble. And thanks, Minister, for the highly informative presentation. Just one question. Clearly, the auto sector is one sector that is highly dependent on energy availability. And we currently sitting with the elephant in the room, which is exactly energy availability, ESCOM not being able to keep the lights on. Is my assessment correct that listening to this good presentation, there's going to come a time where, as we transition, there's going to be more job losses in the beginning than more jobs created as we move along? Is that assessment correct, given the situation that we find ourselves in? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister, perhaps you could respond to the last two speakers that asked questions quickly, if you can.
Very briefly, just to respond. Do we have an industrial policy? Yes, we do, which is why we have a vehicle sector with more than 100,000 workers directly employed. And the EV part now is fleshing out that industrial policy by enabling green industrialization. So that's a critical component. On the question of job losses, as with all questions on these things, the best answer is it depends. Depending on the size of the check, we are able potentially to have significant job growth in the first phase. But on the other hand, depending on the size of the check, you may well find that component manufacturing could be under pressure because the number of components in an electric vehicle is fewer than the components in an internal combustion engine. So this is what the discussion in government is. How much resources is possible to put on the table? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think I speak for the Commission if I say that we are encouraged by this report and encouraged by the work that government is doing on the question of the transition to electric vehicles. And we think it's the right path that you're going on. And I think I would like us as a Commission to say that we are encouraged and that we are in support of what you are doing. Of course, we would like to say do it faster because that's our job. But maybe in a not too distant future, you will come back and tell us that it's been done. Maybe a year from now. It would be nice to schedule another discussion with you in about a year from now.
Well, I was going to offer that I'd like to come with an electric vehicle, but given that you're setting a date of a year, I don't think I may come with a hybrid. But thank you very much for the opportunity to share what we're doing.
Thank you very much. What I would suggest, because we're now going to go on to Johannesburg Metro, and then we will take Minister Creasy maybe straight on after that, because everybody's in a bit of a time crash. So we'll take a 5-minute comfort break now, and then go on with the next 2 items without a break. So if that's okay with you, you have we'll start at 10 o'clock. Okay. Just a comfort break. I'm not saying tea break because there isn't enough time, but there is tea available. All right, we go on here. Just close the door, please. You know, you struggle to get people back in.
Networking. A lot of networking happens here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need a marshal.
Okay, can you close the door, Desigan, if you don't mind? Because you are late in any case and you're standing around talking while we're waiting for you. Righto. Thank you very much. We have the Mayor of Johannesburg here, and I'm going to hand over to her. But before that, I'd like to ask the Executive Director to lead us into the introductory part, if you would bear with us for that.
Thank you, Chair. The title of the section is the Just Urban Transition, and it's great to welcome Mayor Palazzi, and we're going to do a deep dive into the Joburg work. But we wanted to ask the DDG from National Treasury, Madijeng Maleni, just to make some introductory remarks. So Madijeng is, you probably don't know her, but she's in charge of intergovernmental fiscal relations and oversees all the flows of finances to provinces and municipalities and cities. And amongst others, they've been coordinating what's called the T Support Program, which does a whole lot of support work with the metros in this country, including a very substantial climate program. So we wanted Madijeng to make some opening remarks about the broader work that she's doing as a sort of context to Mayor Palazzi's input.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, the honorable ministers that are here, and all the commissioners, honorable mayor and the MMC, and all the colleagues that are here. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you or to brief you on the work that we are doing as National Treasury in relation to which contributes to just transition in the work that we do in the cities. So I believe that the state of our economy and the country, we all share the same agency in terms of the need for inclusive and economic growth, and the need for justice, both in the delivery of this just transition agenda and its outcomes. We know that very well that the poor and the vulnerable communities are most exposed to the climate impacts and are the most vulnerable that are hardest hit, and are on the other hand, the least able to cope with the impacts of these disasters. So the principles of inclusivity, justice, equality, and sustainability are well entrenched in our constitution and in the National Development Plan, as well as in the legislation and instruments that emanate from this foundational documents. We do take it as our responsibility and our job to ensure that these principles are realized in the manner in which we are carrying out our responsibilities. So I would like to briefly just cover 4 points, which I'll try to run very briefly. The first, just to provide a context in terms of how we see the role of cities in inclusive growth, which actually underpins the work that we do, and the constraints, structural constraints that they face, and how that also forms an opportunity for urban transition and the need therefore to adopt urban lens in the just transition, and how cities, given their contribution and their power that they have in terms of the fiscal system and the functions, that they can contribute towards just transition. So in respect to the role of the cities, as the National Treasury being the custodian of the country's fiscus, we are very concerned about the poor performance of our economic assets. We consider cities, particularly the metros, which account for almost more than 60% of our GDP, as key economic assets. But we are concerned about the performance in terms of delivering inclusive, just and sustainable growth. Historically and globally, cities are where growth and jobs are found. The concentration of people and economic activity in urban areas should result in value add and the creation of jobs. And I think this is what we call urban dividend. However, the spatial form of our cities have become the structural constraint arising from colonial and apartheid legacy, and unfortunately also from our post-democratic efforts, which were meant to urgently massify delivery of services, especially housing, which has then resulted in more sprawling of urban centers that are expensive to live and expensive to service and economically unproductive. So we see our cities as transferring costs general to the poor, to the state, and to the economy, resulting in dampening growth and deepening inequality. There is a familiar metric that is usually used to define our cities as 40 by 40 by 40 cities, which means we build 40 square meters houses for the poor. We build them 40 kilometers away from economic nodes, and they have to spend 40% of their income going to the jobs. So we see that government programs so far, and I think the National Development Plan, Chapter 8, articulated this problem very clearly about how it has deepened the challenges of redress by addressing the symptoms and not the causes. So our current low density segregated cities reflect our infrastructure and investment choices that we made, which build more on the foundation of apartheid instead of dismantling it. And we bear the consequences of those choices. So the spatial pattern of our city, therefore, drive climate change in a way and exposes the most vulnerable people to climate impacts. This is because the sprawling urban form is emission intensive, poor land use decisions resulting in housing on urban peripheries far from the places of work. And we see the public transport also is not necessarily taking people from motorized vehicles. So our urban centers are inherently unjust, but climate change is also driving transitions in major economic sectors that serve or depends on cities. Whether these sectors are in the rural or in the urban areas, unmanaged and unjust transitions in agriculture, for instance, coal, automotive industries, will hit hard the cities, as any job losses in any of those sectors will drive job seekers to the cities. So hence we are saying, therefore, we need to have urban lens in the just transition, because we need to understand this urban perspective. And the question being, will the transitions that we are already facing as we move from coal to renewable, as we plan electric vehicles, as we ensure agriculture is climate resilient, will this transition deepen urban inequality, or will this transition be managed in such a way as to harness the opportunities that the urban centers have a potential to offer? So we believe that from the national perspective, failing to locate transition within the context of the cities and the local government in general can be a major risk to the fiscus, because as we have seen from the experiences of eThekwini floods, social unrest, what is going on now in drought in the Eastern Cape, all these costs end up being borne by the municipalities, by provinces, and more importantly, by the national budget. And this costs take away money that we could be using to continue to address the issues of access. So we see cities and local government in general having a major strategic role and contribution that they can make in just transition, given their fiscal, functional, and regulatory powers and their mandate to drive spatial transformation. So this is because our cities in particular have much stronger revenue raising powers, user charges, taxes, and borrowing, and like all other municipalities, they receive also transfers from national for service delivery. And this gives them a huge power and opportunities for these municipalities to make decisions that and invest wisely in infrastructure and services that address inequality and attract firms and residents to invest in those areas that they live in. So we expect the municipalities to be considering issues of climate change and resilience in the manner in which they are actually investing. So we have embarked on reform agenda within the National Treasury in partnership with the national departments or sector departments, which recognize and support the powers of local government has, and therefore to support their transformation agenda. Some of those reforms is around government budgeting, planning, budgeting, reporting, to ensure that the budgets are aligned to respond to transformation. And we differentiate the constitutional grant to allow more discretion, particularly for bigger municipalities, to be able to leverage their balance sheets and to be able to borrow and use development charges so that they can massively invest. So drawing on the performance of these municipalities as they submit their reports to us, we can see how poor governance, poor decision-making and institutional health results in declining financial performance, aging and poorly maintained infrastructure, and deteriorating service delivery. So as a result, 7 years ago, we as a National Treasury established the City Support Program to work with these biggest cities, which we said they are key assets that we need to unleash in order to unlock their fiscal powers to change their cities for good. So part of this work of the City Support Program is to support cities to plan and invest in such a way that they protect infrastructure and residents from the impacts of climate change. So the urban opportunity is huge for just transition. So unlike the cities in Europe where there's maturity in terms of urbanization, the current rates of urbanization that we are faced with in the country mean that we are still building our cities. We still need to build roads, infrastructure, housing, and public transport system that would serve the growing population. This growth represents an opportunity to invest in the cities that are resilient and in the cities that are just and in the cities that address inequality. This is a time-limited opportunity that we need to use wisely so that we don't miss this opportunity. So we do need to fully functional early warning system that communicates in the right places. We need infrastructure located and built to withstand more severe floods, storms, and heat waves. And we need to ensure that the plans are updated and with the latest on flood lines and sea levels. We need to ensure that cities are able to diversify in their water sources and reduce water. So what it means is that cities have got a huge amount of functions that together, if they perform well, they would be able to have an impact in reducing the decarbonizing of the economy. So we believe that the cities don't exist in Ireland. They are the first place where citizens interact with government through, for instance, weekly removal of services. And they are places where business go to get permits, to get electricity, to get construction. So they are first experience of our citizens of what government has to do. So cities are part of the integrated intergovernmental system. It is therefore vital that the policies of government recognize and support the role that cities have in delivering electricity, housing, public transport, water, and economic opportunities, just to name a few, in such a way that they contribute to broader development and this transition. So in conclusion, we all appreciate that South Africa decarbonization transition will not succeed unless it is deliberate about just transition. On the other hand, the national just transition will not succeed unless it is embraced by the cities, because cities are indeed the engines of our economy. How cities are governed and planned, the caliber of leadership in our cities, how cities deliver services to their citizens, how they manage their infrastructure assets and use their revenue will determine whether the transitions facing our country are just transition. And in that, they result in inclusive growth and job creating opportunities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, over to you.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to yourselves, acknowledging the honorable ministers in our presence, honorable members of parliament, honorable commissioner, honorable members and guests of the commission. Thank you so much for the invite today. I'm Mpopalatsi, Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. I come here representing the City of Johannesburg, which is a C40 city. C40 cities drive climate change mitigation and adaptation, and it is a network of cities globally where we're able to do best practice sharing and help each other drive this green agenda. Next to me, I'm with the MMC for Environment and Infrastructure Services in the City of Johannesburg, also responsible for Pick It Up, our waste management entity, City Power, our power distribution entity, as well as Joburg Water. Very big portfolio, probably the most important, also the key custodian for our climate change adaptation and mitigation agenda in the city. Cities are important spaces to address wicked challenges of our time, that's climate change, as well as environmental degradation. And cities should therefore drive a just transition. The South African metros follow global trends in terms of production, consumption, and urbanization. Now, if you look at the 8 metros in South Africa, these contribute approximately 60% of the country's economic activity, with Johannesburg alone contributing about 16% of towards the country's GDP. This economic activity leads these areas to consume over 1/3 of all electricity in the country, and they're responsible for approximately 21% of direct greenhouse emissions. Recognizing the need to contribute towards the Paris Agreement and thus towards a just transition, the City of Johannesburg approved its climate action plan in March of 2021. Now, just to recap, the Paris Agreement commits signatories to holding the increase of global temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to further pursue efforts to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The city's climate action plan's main objective is to put the city on the path towards achieving carbon neutrality and climate resilience by the year 2050. Our climate action plan proposes, amongst other things, that the city must promote small and large embedded and distributed energy generation, that the city should increase the share of renewable energy, and that the city should ensure the supply of clean, reliable, and affordable energy. Now, in this regard, the city hosted in May of this year a 2-day energy indaba, where we invited all independent power producers and small-scale energy generators to come and work with the city to help us realize our vision towards the adoption of more renewable energy and affordable, clean, green energy. There's been a few developments in that space. MMC Sun has been leading the charge, and he followed the Indaba with a visit to the city of Cape Town, which, as we all know, is already ahead of most cities in the country. They're already able to offset load shedding to some extent, which is something that we would like to see as the city of Johannesburg as well. We've worked out that in order for us to offset load shedding, we need to generate an additional 500 megawatts of power, and that introduces an opportunity for us to bring in those renewable energy solutions. And of course, we've got other challenges in Johannesburg, including rapid population growth, urban sprawl, and the fact that our infrastructure is just not coping. And so we've got energy insufficiency, but this also, again, creates an opportunity for us to look at more clean, green solutions as we seek to close that energy capacity gap. The City of Johannesburg's power generation, or rather distribution entity, City Power, will be issuing a request for proposals in the month of September, inviting IPPs. We will start with gas, because gas and coal form part of base load. So we will be starting with gas in the first instance, and then we will move to solar energy and so on. And the idea is to keep on introducing new energy modalities towards helping us achieve our goals. Now, thinking urban transition in context requires cities to put in place processes, tailored policies, including the implementation of actions designed to navigate low carbon transitions at a city scale. If you look at what's happening in the city of Johannesburg, and I spoke about developments in the energy space, but there's various other developments as well. For instance, the city last year also approved its green building policy, which is driven again by development planning, City Power, which is our power distribution entity, as well as our environment and infrastructure department. And they're driving advocacy, education, and just incentivizing energy efficient building, and as well as the adoption of renewable energies solutions within our buildings in the city of Johannesburg. Implementation of the policy has started, and we will be seeing great gains in that space. There's various other programs that the city is driving towards reaching our objectives. In the waste management space, we are starting to partner with waste pickers, recognizing the importance of recycling as another solution that we need to adopt in the system to help us towards reaching our objectives. We also promoting and supporting the establishment of buyback centers in the city. We're also looking at waste to energy solutions in the city. Currently, we are also generating biogas that is from our waste and going to power our buses in the city. If you talk about buses as an example, we also have CNG powered buses in the city of Johannesburg on a small scale. We are looking to scale that up. We're also in talks with DBSA that's trying to get the city to adopt electric buses. As much as we would love to, we're concerned about the unit cost of an electric bus as opposed to the cost of a CNG powered bus, for instance, but we are exploring different modalities, all towards helping us achieve our net zero goal. Other programs in the city around urban agriculture. As you know, agriculture has historically been associated with rural communities. Introducing it in an urban space has been quite a challenge, but we are forging ahead, and we've got various initiatives throughout the city, including helping our communities to plant their own food, grow their own food in their backyards if they have space, reclaiming communal spaces such as illegal dumping sites and converting those into communal gardens where people can both feed their families and also sell of their reserves. We also, those who are interested in commercial farming are also accommodated on large scale farms in the city, and we partner with the private sector as well as civil society to give them access to markets, and out of those we have cooperatives that are actually now economically active and economically viable while at the same time taking care of their food security needs. Other initiatives are, for example, and just in response to what Mayor Madijane was talking about, we as the city approved our inclusionary housing policy. I think it was in 2019, MMC. And basically this is helping us towards densification of sparsely populated areas of the city and bringing people closer to economic activities. With this, of course, we reduce the need for people to travel to job opportunities and other opportunities. Of course, we've got challenges in that space. I mean, in our council meeting 2 days ago, we approved the Frankenworld Urban Development Framework, but it didn't come without a fight because there's always that NIMBY phenomenon, not in my backyard, and we keep forging ahead and pushing because we can't give up regardless of resistance. But we also recognize with the MMC for development planning the need to educate our residents, because a lot of this NIMBY phenomenon is driven by misinformation. For instance, that property values depreciate. We've actually found that empirical evidence suggests that the opposite is true, that with more development, you actually see a rise in property values. And through education and advocacy and providing people with correct information, we believe that we will get greater and greater adoption and we'll be able to densify more. In the inner city of Johannesburg, we continue to reclaim hijacked properties. I think in the last 2 weeks alone, our Group Forensic and Investigation Services Unit was able to announce 50 buildings that have been reclaimed. As they're reclaimed, they're handed over to the private sector for redevelopment and redevelopment for social housing as well as other mixed use. And this is again another way of bringing people closer to economic opportunities and at the same time addressing apartheid spatial planning. So quite a few developments in that space as well. Now, through just transitions, though just transitions are usually considered at the national level, these policies and actions spotlight the role of local government in the transition towards a low carbon economy. As such, they must be designed to manage the individual, household and community vulnerabilities and trade-offs that arise in the evolution away from fossil fuel dependencies. Sustainable energy transitions are driving the increased uptake of renewable energy, such as wind and solar at different scales, from large utility scale infrastructure down to microgrids and solar home systems. As a result of this technological shift, national power sectors must undergo multidimensional transformations, with the structure of generation, transmission, and distribution of energy being radically reimagined. Accordingly, the increase in renewable energy technologies has wide-ranging implications for energy infrastructure governance that span from planning, finance, ownership, development, and use of this energy. And while we're here, again, I'd like to just mention that, Mayor Madlijeng, we've got a challenge as municipalities where over time, and I've had this discussion with Mam Sibongile in the city support unit as an example, cities have taken on a lot of unfunded mandates. And as a result, much of our budgets are held up in mandates that actually don't belong to cities, but belong to other spheres of government. And we are going to require as cities the assistance of the National Treasury to reorientate our budgets towards what is core to cities. The discussions have started. I think we are engaging other tiers of government. For instance, in the City of Johannesburg, we've identified sports and rec as one area where we would like to push for a devolution, believing that that would then free up some of the money that we're using towards that, towards what is core to municipal governments, including energy distribution. And we believe that that would assist us a lot in our goal towards a just transition. I just thought I'd mention that, but that work will continue and we will be approaching yourselves for assistance in due course. For a just urban transition to be credible, the city must address the deep-seated socioeconomic challenges brought about by poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And doing this will fulfill the key principles of a just transition, namely distributive justice, restorative justice, as well as procedural justice. In the City of Johannesburg, we've identified 7 mayoral priorities, and these priorities are deliberately positioned to address these very challenges. These priorities will ensure a prosperous Johannesburg whose citizens enjoy a progressive environment characterized by principles of good governance, inclusivity, and transparency. Acting under the aegis of C40, the 5 South African metros, namely Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Cape Town, and eThekwini, all supported and contributed their inputs to the Presidential Climate Commission Framework for Just Transition in South Africa document. These metros emphasize their role as climate change leaders through political leadership from their mayors. In addition, the economies of cities are growing twice as fast as those of secondary cities and the rest of the country. And therefore, job creation is twice as fast in metros than it is anywhere else. And given these trends, a disproportionate share of jobs created through the transition is likely to be located within cities. Furthermore, for a transition to be just, basic services such as water, sanitation, energy, health, housing, mobility, and transport, as well as food, must be delivered in an equitable, efficient, and sustainable manner. Cities are therefore not only key partners in a just transition, but they're also key implementers of the just urban transition. Implementation of a just transition at a local government level presents a myriad of opportunities. So it is indeed an exciting time for us cities, depending how we choose to look at it. For instance, a recent C40 report suggested that implementation of the Climate Action Plan can help kickstart economic recovery, something that we need following the last 2 years that we've had and the current post-COVID economic conditions. It can also reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it can also create jobs. And we all know where we sit with unemployment at the moment. Over 340,000 jobs could be created from climate mitigation actions over the next 10 years through investment in Johannesburg's climate action projects in the sectors of buildings, transport, energy, and waste. Through the development of new efficient buildings, through our green building policy, the city could create and support over 140,000 jobs. Investing in rail as well, in a shift to sustainable mass transit, could also support over 75,000 jobs over the next 10 years. Now, the city is currently in talks with PRASA, who have approached us. They are currently in the process of restoring rail, passenger rail in the city of Johannesburg, and also scaling up to areas that were previously not covered. The study further confirmed that through a just transition, there's also an opportunity to address gender inequality, with a higher proportion of females likely to gain employment as compared to the current aggregate workforce distribution. The transition is predicted to also support higher quality jobs. So really exciting, great opportunities. Now, I also just want to reiterate that Johannesburg is a C40 city, and because of our role in C40 and my role in particular as one of the 2 C40 vice chairs for Africa, as well as the city's role as the economic hub of the country, we have no option but to embrace the urban just transition towards a vibrant new green economy. I've spoken about funding considerations and some of the funding challenges that we have, but we're also finding that DFIs are really quite interested and keen to partner with the city. We've just been approached by FMDV as an example, and they've just appointed the city towards to their chamber and or the General Assembly rather, and they've just approached me to serve as one of the vice presidents. And the idea behind it, the motivation from FMDV, was for it to support my C40 role, so that we don't just talk about the just transition, but that we can also have economic solutions or financial solutions to drive the changes that we would like to drive. So that's for us quite exciting as a city to see that kind of interest from DFIs. Over and above that, FMDV has also offered the City of Johannesburg to help us set up a green fund, and discussions are underway to set that up. So soon we will be able to share information. And of course, this is information we'd like to also share with other cities, particularly C40 cities that we work with. We will be participating shortly, I think in the month of October, in the C40 World Mayor Summit in Buenos Aires. And the idea behind the summit is again to drive best practice sharing. We all know what's happening in Germany now. Germany is experiencing an energy crisis, and we all know how the critics are saying it's because Germany was too radical in their green policies. So it's important to share best practice. It's important to learn from each other as cities as to what's working, what's not working, particularly as we are gearing towards positioning ourselves as a green city, as the City of Johannesburg, and assisting other cities in Africa to do the same. We'll also be participating in COP27 in November. And the reason for our participation is to, again, emphasize the role of cities as leaders in the transition towards a green economy within national governments, and to really lobby national governments to create an enabling and a supportive environment for cities to take up that leadership role, so that we can start to see gains in our collective effort towards a net carbon zero environment. Now, thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you for our participation here. And we hope that this participation will also bring alignment. It's interesting for me as I listen to the different presentations to see what's happening at a national level, and to see how as cities we're preparing ourselves for that transition. For instance, as Minister was presenting here, I was thinking about our readiness as cities for electric vehicles as an example. You know, with that there's a need for infrastructure, supportive infrastructure, EV charging stations and so on. And there's a need to always align what's happening at a national level to what's happening at a local level, so that we don't fail at implementation. It's part of the great ideas that we may have. Thank you very much for having us, and it's been great, and I hope that we'll be able to work together going forward.
Thank you very much, Mayor Palazzi. I'm sure there will be a few comments from the commissioners or questions. I'm also very happy that the MMC is present here. We read a lot about him in the newspapers. He's a very active man, and I'm sure there will be questions to him also. While we're waiting for questions, can I just put one matter to you, and that when you speak to the companies that are installing PV systems, embedded systems, small scale on houses and other small scale type of operations, they are full of complaints, which I'm sure you know better than me. And they generally would say that there's an enormous demand which they cannot keep up with now. And part of it is driven not so much by climate change considerations, but by the load shedding considerations. So it's not that the people of the city are all doing it because it's the right thing to do, but it's a load shedding thing. But they would claim that Joburg is behind the curve when it comes to that they can't get permissions easily. It seems that the city power bureaucracy makes it difficult rather than facilitate this sort of stuff. And some of them would even say that the city power doesn't want to encourage too much of embedded generation because it impacts on their revenue and all of those sorts of things. I'm sure you've come through all of that. Perhaps you could just tell us a little bit about what's the roadblocks that perhaps are holding this thing up. If you take Cape Town, they've got a feed-in tariff. Of course, they don't pay the embedded generators as much as the embedded generators think they should be paid, but that's a separate matter. They have that already. So why doesn't Joburg have that, for example? And I agree, Mayor, with what you say, that Joburg is the type of city, in many ways, it's a trendsetter in South Africa, and it's a trendsetter globally. And I'm pleased that we're focusing on Joburg here, because if we can make breakthroughs in Joburg, it will have a ripple effect right through. So if you, I mean, you know, this idea about possibly electrifying the bus fleet in Joburg, or maybe the Joburg city, parts of the Joburg city fleet or something, it will have a bigger ripple effect just because of the visibility. But of course, from a Joburg city point of view, it will attract such enormous goodwill. And you know, because these days, anything climate change attracts positive publicity, as you know. And it's the name of the game these days. So it's the other thing. Perhaps you could just talk a little bit about that to us.
I'm going to give to MMC to tell us what's happening in City Power. But as I've already said, we need to offset load shedding in the City of Johannesburg. We've identified we need to generate an additional 500 megawatts of power. And as a result, we've invited the private sector now in May of this year to work alongside the city. So it is a new development. The MMC followed up with a visit to Cape Town so we could learn from them, because they are ahead of us. So much of what they've been able to achieve, we should be able to achieve as well. We are starting to roll it out. In the month of September, we will send out the first RFQ to invite the first batch of IPPs to work with the city. So I just wanted to clear that the new administration has started moving towards where Cape Town is, and hopefully will be there soon. And also the revenue considerations, it's true. I mean, that's the reason why there's been resistance up until now to adopt this approach. We generate about 30% of the city's revenue is from energy distribution. So we've been purchasing energy, 90% from Eskom, 10% from Calvin Power Station, and we resell it to our customers, and 30% of our revenue comes from that. And so yes, revenue protection is a huge concern for us because of our huge reliance on our revenue. But we find that in our engagements with independent power producers, there's actually ways to meet our interests as well as theirs. For instance, by charging a wheeling tariff to those who say, give us an opportunity to wheel our energy through your networks, we will be able to generate revenue, and the IPPs will be able to do the same. So that's one example. But whatever contractual agreements we end up with, we should make sure that the city is served and the IPP's interests are also served, all towards serving the interests of our residents. And we believe that we've got the right transactional advisors on board to help us achieve that.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Thank you, Chairperson, Ministers, Minister Creasy. Good to see you in person. We last met on the virtual meeting last week. Colleagues, Chairperson, there is certainly a resistance in terms of us wanting to release that market into the private sector, as Mayor Palase has said. Of course, one is the financial consequences. We, like any other business in terms of city power, we don't like to lose customers when they go off grid, either by installing some kind of device, solar panels. We eventually lose those businesses. It's particularly concerning where you have the large power users. They go completely off grid. So that is the one concern. However, that concern does not stop or create a legislative stumbling block should anybody wants to go install. What is coming back to us is the market trend. It remains a very expensive piece of equipment to install unless you can afford it. You know, our average homes couldn't really install a solar panel with batteries and inverters, especially in the informal settlements. Mayor Palazzo will tell you that a large number of our residents in the informal settlements will never be able to afford those kind of installations. We are also seeing a market trend where they are developing new purchasing and pricing models. The latest we've seen now is that you could pay as little as 1,500 rand per month to rent a whole system that could get you, I would say, a good 50 to 60% off grid, but you will still be dependent on city power or ESCOM power supply. So I suppose that is the catch, where people want to install PV systems, but they're also still at the same time reliant on our network distribution. If I could just maybe touch on the other issue by using this opportunity, Chair, is that it is quite interesting what Minister Patel has mentioned in terms of the EV development. I was recently representing our mayor at a C40 conference in London. It was the hottest topic of discussion. And having participated in the discussion, I find that us as South Africa, we are far lagging behind in terms of electric vehicles, your charging installations, the poles. If I could just share a small joke with you, when I posed the question to our Los Angeles colleagues to say that when you install these charging stations, did you not have an issue with cable theft and infrastructure vandalism? They looked at me very blindly and say, no. So I suppose that's the different challenge we have as a society. But one other very interesting fact I was able to learn from that, Minister Creasy, is that 40 job opportunities are created when an electrical charge station is installed. And I was quite surprised to say 40. So if you break it down from the manufacturing, the earthworks to maintenance and services, all that, it's certainly an opportunity for City of Johannesburg. And I suppose the elephant in the room is that where are we going to get the electricity to charge? We don't want Minister Patel to come in an electric vehicle and to be stuck in Joburg. He's got no place to charge it or no electricity coming through. So something that we certainly want to engage with our national colleagues. Of course, the DDG, we would love to talk to you about the possible funding and assistance to assist the City of Johannesburg so that we have as many charging stations as we have in terms of petrol stations. And through that, we create as many just transition employment opportunities and business opportunities in the city. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think I'm happy that the DDG manager is here also presently, because what we have in our cities is a structural problem. We have a structural problem with the problem we have is that cities make a lot of their money from the sale of electricity. That's where they get their money from. And if we expect our cities to pay their expenses by selling electricity, then the only model that works is to buy electricity from ESCOM and to sell it to the citizens and to make a profit out of it and then to run the city with that money. So actually, no matter what anybody may say, the financial structure is not going to allow cities to actually want to move away from fossil fuels very fast. Because, you know, how will they pay the salaries of their staff if they do that? Because they won't have an income. And that's a very big problem that we have. So you get your city powers, and it's not only in Joburg. You know, we can sit here in the commission, say whatever we want to, but those people, those bureaucrats there are saying nothing's going to happen here. We're not going to encourage people to move to solar and to move off the grid because we lose our income. And that's a very big challenge that we have, which actually needs to be dealt with. And I don't know where Crispian is right now, but he used to be in charge of some of these things in his old life. And I think we need to, perhaps the commission needs to do some more work on this, and we need to focus on this thing, because it's easy for me to sit here and say, but you people are not encouraging solar. I know you're not encouraging solar. I know as a matter of fact that not you, and I don't mean you, Mayor Palazzi, and you, MMC, but the people in the city, the bureaucrats, are discouraging when the rubber hits the top. They are actually discouraging it from happening. And that's a structural problem that we have. And so we need to work together, I think, somehow see what we can do to do this thing. But I see Minister Chris is going to help us and he will give us a better perspective. I'm sure you've thought about it a lot also. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody. And thank you, Mayor and MMC, for the input. Very interesting. Maybe one question and then a comment that relates to the issues that the Chair is raising. I'm interested to know, in the RFP that you've issued, are you calling for specific technologies, or are you calling for energy generation at price? And I mean, I noticed the point you made about gas and base load. I suppose one could have a conversation about whether base load is a contemporary concept, or whether one would rather be thinking about the issue of peaking as opposed to base load. But I think in the discussions that we had when we were working on the energy security plan, which President Ramaphosa presented, part of what we were conceptualizing is cities as generators. And that is why there has been the various forms of deregulation that there have been. And I think that in answer to the Chair's question, energy generation, if you want to make a revenue from it, has got to be a matter of price. And I suppose the question would be, what energy forms are cheaper than others so that you can maximize your price? I didn't have the opportunity because I was rushing to this meeting, but today's Mail and Guardian has a headline that says the city of Cape Town and the city of Ekurhuleni are planning to cut electricity prices by 30%. And one is assuming that that is because of the technology. We know that by and large renewable generation is cheaper than other forms of generation. And my understanding of the energy crisis in Europe at the moment is it's not about the failure of renewables. It's about the unavailability of Russian gas. And it's about the fact that whereas gas was incredibly cheap, it's no longer incredibly cheap. And that also applies to us because, you know, world prices, you're not going to find a situation where some producers of gas are going to be producing very cheap gas when other people are making a tremendous profit on the production. So one of the questions that one would have to look at with regard to gas as a cheap fuel source in South Africa is, what is the economics of it? And is it actually cheaper? So I'm interested, is your RFP technologically agnostic and price-based, or are you committed to gas? The second issue that one would want to consider, and I mean, this is from my old days in Gauteng finance with Madijeng breathing down my neck about the Eskom debt. How do you turn working class communities in South Africa from net energy consumers to net energy producers? Because the big problem you face is that whatever one might want to believe about the free units, the truth is that with the combination of illegal connections and inadequate revenue collection policies, a lot of people have as much energy as they want for free. So the question would be, how do you incentivize those people to generate their own electricity rather than charging you for electricity that they will never repay? And I think that is where you need to look at the incentivization around household generation. Because at least if people could be generating for their own consumption, it wouldn't be worsening the city's debt. And so perhaps you do need to be a little bit more sympathetic to the issue of feed-in than you currently are. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And you brought up quite a lot of things, but let me attempt to deal with as much of it as possible. MMC will also come in. We're not married to the idea of gas. In fact, we want to end up with an energy mix. But the motivation behind starting with gas is because of this base load, that your base load can only either be coal or gas. But we're not going to end at base load. We want to exceed base load because, as I said, we've got challenges, for instance, with load shedding and a growing, rapidly growing population, urban sprawl. Johannesburg, being the economic hub, continues to attract job seekers, not only from around the country, but from all over the world, people in search of opportunities. And the question is, how do we keep up with the energy demands of such a growing population? So ultimately, we would like to end up with an energy mix. We will start with gas, and that's the advice we're getting from our transactional advisors as we roll out our new approach. And then we'll follow with solar, and we'll go to other energy forms, and so on and so forth. Now, I agree with you. The issue around Germany, yes, has to do with their source of gas being Russia and what's happening there now. And that talks to, again, sustainability of whatever solutions that we employ. And we need to think beyond the now and look at what could potentially happen. And I do believe that there will be benefit in exchanging learnings and experiences with cities that are affected, and seeing, as we starting to implement these solutions, what we should be avoiding and the direction we should be taking. Because at the end of the day, yes, we want affordability, but we also want sustainability of supply. And talking about encouraging communities to generate their own energy, I think you touched on it, that municipalities are placed between a rock and a hard place. We would love everybody to go off grid, and we would love Treasury to say to us, we will give you that 30% of your revenue to make up for the revenue generation losses that will come as a result of that move. It's not true that there's no adoption of solar energy, as an example, in the city of Johannesburg. In Diepsloot, there's quite a move to adopt solar energy by low-income communities. And I see it as a solution, particularly for those areas, because that's where we have a problem with the culture of non-payment. And that's where we're getting people requesting a flat rate, which Eskom is averse to. So in fact, MMC said 1,500, know these solutions as little as 350 rands a month, where for 3 years, you get to own this unit. And for 350 rands a month for the 3 years, you get the solar unit that will take care of most needs, but not all your needs. So you won't be able to cook with it, but you'll be able to switch on your lights, you'll be able to charge your devices and so on. It even comes with a small television unit that can be powered through the same unit. And if you look at the unit cost and the installment of 350 rands a month for 3 years, it's almost similar to a flat rate, which is what people are asking for. And if they want anything over and above that, then they can engage City Power or Eskom, depending on the area and who's supplying in that area. So that is currently being rolled out in areas like Diepsloot. And we are engaging, for instance, the community of Soweto is another community where we're needing to educate and help them with behavior change towards paying for electricity supply, as an example. That's a conversation we can have in those types of areas that are asking for a flat rate to adopt these types of solutions. And then Eskom or City Power, whatever the case may be, can only look at additional energy requirements of those households. So I'd certainly think that with time, we will see more and more adoption of these solutions, but we're interested in them being adopted more in low income areas where we're having challenges, because our ratepayers are our partners in building the city and in funding the work of running the city. And that's the reality we are faced with. And it's because of how government is structured, unfortunately. There's need for a lot of conversation, particularly with National Treasury. And I did ask for assistance also with unfunded mandates, because that can free up a lot of our budgets to start putting it into some of our core needs as local government.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So I think where we're sitting with, as National Treasury, we are very much aware of these structural challenges in the revenue, especially as it relates to the energy and as a revenue source. So where we see the problem arising from, it's actually a squeezing of your surcharge that normally they will charge on the electricity. That actually comes from the bulk cost of electricity, given how, you know, how much the costs have increased from Eskom, but also the issue of load shedding. That also makes electricity not to be reliable and then affordable. That then end up getting people that can afford to actually exit the grid. And then you are left with the poor people. So I do think that looking also as a city, as a generator is quite important, because I think if we can have more reliable and affordable electricity, I do think that it can keep people to some extent on the grid. And I think that that is important, because if we don't get that, we have this situation here, then you actually, it's going to accelerate people leaving the grid simply because, you know, it's not working. And we are also looking at the revenue sources, you know, for the cities, because we are beginning to look at a differentiated way of how you look at the municipalities, so that where the revenue source you can add that will contribute to the cities. But what it means is that you would have to benefit more the rural areas where they don't have the revenue raising capacity. So I think that balance is something that we're actually looking at going forward in terms of how we are trying to balance the fiscal system.
It appears to me, DG, sorry, you want to... Yeah, DG, it appears to me as though this matter hasn't received enough attention. Because what I hear you saying is that it is a problem if consumers go off grid. Now, we're sitting here as a commission, and we're actually hoping people would use solar and not Eskom fossil fuel power. We're encouraging that. But you're trying to find ways in which people will not leave the grid, because otherwise you're going to lose money for Joburg City. It seems as if there's something that's missing here. You understand this, but what am I missing? What am I missing?
So, Bobby and Makoma,
Okay, let's take it. Let's take it in that order.
Hi. Hi, Mayor. My name is Bobby, and I work for Groundwork, Friends of the Earth South Africa, and like EarthLife, not as old as EarthLife. We are an environmental justice organization that's been around for 23 years. I'm from Durban, eThekwini, and I think it's important, Deputy Chair and Treasury and Madam Mayor, that we do not want people off the grid. We do not want a slum grid where the middle class gets off the grid, and what happens is the poor are left with a grid that is collapsing and does not have enough energy. So from COSATU's perspective, from society's perspective, already 12 years ago, we saw about social ownership, ownership of renewable energy. That means the municipality has to play a key role with society to be able to generate electricity in the city. The poor, as low-income people, and those that do not have jobs, with the majority in South Africa, cannot afford a solar system for the house. So I disagree that every low-income house is going to get a solar system for the house, because as soon as they do that, you take your responsibility away and you don't assume responsibility for providing social electricity for people. So it's unaffordable because it's too expensive, quite frankly. And we've done the sums this past year. So we have to think about another way of getting low-income people and people that are living in informal settlements to become producers. So for me, that's really critical. And then I want to say, for the record, I hope, as Minister Creasy will know Groundwork, I hope that in your energy plans, you are not going to be burning waste for energy.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Mayor Palatse. And I would also like to thank Minister Barbara Creasy for having opened up this discussion. I'm just going to be brief, direct questions. Do you have a plan for feed-in tariffs in the City of Johannesburg, particularly that what Bobby had mentioned around socially owned renewables, so that people in the city can create cooperatives that generate electricity and they feed it into the tariff, and that's part of job creation. And when you speak about a mix, why force a mix? And what sort of mix are you envisaging to have in the city for generating electricity? Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to salute the City of Johannesburg for your leadership in the climate change space. The city is the South African winner of a competition that WWF runs with ICLEI called the One Planet City Challenge. So much kudos to you. On this electricity thing, the NBI, C40 Cities and WWF convene a collective of members who are both businesses and cities, and the City of Johannesburg is one of our members. And on the 9th of September, we are having a discussion between those cities, the 5 big ones, and our private sector members, exactly about these questions of what can the private sector bring to the party, what are the challenges for municipalities, and so on. So I think this, as you rightly flagged, Deputy Chair, this conversation needs to be taken much further. But I want to wrap back from the city's conversation to the EV's conversation, because Minister Patel was talking about what we need to do on the production side to stimulate and support our auto manufacturing industry to shift to EVs. And he was saying that subsidies to consumers, buyers of private cars, is a very expensive option, to stimulate the market here. But if we take, what the global demand is shifting from ICE vehicles to EVs because municipalities in those countries have put out regulations that beyond a certain year, they will not tolerate ICE vehicles in certain areas of their cities. So I would encourage cities in South Africa to also think of something like this, because that is what will force a domestic market. I do understand that it takes about 10 years for our vehicle fleet to turn itself over. And those 10 years, its cars drop into the secondhand market and down and down and down into the skorokoro market. So I understand that it's not poor people who will be buying the EVs. So when you decide on which areas you want to keep ICE vehicles out of, start with the rich areas. I'm smiling at Shamin. So that one doesn't hamper poorer people from having access. Then, and particularly, I think our public transport fleets and our minibus taxis can shift very rapidly to EVs, and that also would create a domestic market. And then that perhaps satisfies the global OEMs, who want to see a domestic market. A couple of things that just have to be corrected. Even if your Eskom electricity is as dirty as it is now, an electric vehicle is still more emission, it produces less emissions than burning petrol. And this whole thing about charging infrastructure, every plug point in the country is a charging infrastructure. So private cars will charge at home overnight. And it's only for the long distance runs that a person or a vehicle might do that you maybe need to charge partway through your journey. So let that not be a barrier.
Louise, will you keep your comments to Joburg? We'll allow later on if there are further comments about EVs and other things.
Okay, so I was trying to just connect the two.
I don't want to hold the mayor up with
okay.
General. It's okay. General.
Thank you. Mine is directed to the waste management. You belong to a group called C40 and you have mentioned local cities. South Africa is dirty and filthy because there is no enforcement laws to deal with those who are littering. Can we suggest to you that at least Gauteng must lead this campaign? You invite all relevant institutions, communities, in particular the taxi industry and bus transportation people, and say, can we at least, when we are in our taxis, we don't throw things all over the show. I mean, we go to countries like Kenya, Rwanda, these countries, they have a culture of ownership. But here at home, right from OR Tambo, you see the roads are not maintained. Nobody's cutting grass, please.
Thank you once again for those questions. So the City of Johannesburg has an indigent register. Indigent register is a register where anybody that earns below a certain amount is encouraged to register on that database. And through our indigent register, we're able to identify people that qualify for free basic services, including free basic electricity. So we do maintain that we want to assist the poor in our communities with their various needs, not only in electricity, they also access free basic water, social burial, the food bank, and various other opportunities, and whatever opportunities are available in the city, whether it's EPWP, job opportunities. We use the same register for social mobility as well. We encourage reapplications every 6 months, because we do encourage people to seek opportunity and take them up, so that they don't stay in the indigent register perpetually. So anybody that cannot afford, as an example, I gave an example of a solar unit where you would need to pay 350 rands a month. If you can't afford it, you can register for ESP and access free basic electricity. So it's not excluding anybody that says I can't afford, but those who can afford are encouraged to take up those solutions, particularly the ones that are not in the rate paying space, because those are the ones we don't want to lose because of the current funding model. So the funding model of the city is we derive funds from revenue, loans, and grants and subsidies from National Treasury and from other spheres of government that we have either delegated competencies from, and so on and so forth. So that's really where we are. So everybody should be catered for. And I just want to say that it's a false dichotomy that if we don't want people to go off the grid, we don't want to move towards renewable energies, because what we're actually doing is we're positioning the city to open the market to independent power producers, to partner with the city, move towards renewable energy, still keep people on the grid, but giving renewable energy as opposed to using fossil fuels. I don't know if that makes sense. So it does not mean that keeping people on the grid means you're not migrating towards renewables. And that's why I spoke about a wheeling tariff as an example, where somebody can wheel their solar energy through our grid to our customers. So yeah, I just wanted to create that, bring clarity there, because I felt like we were not on the same page. Feed-in tariffs, SMMEs. So we spoke about it opening up to independent power producers and also small scale energy generators. So in our approach, we want to encompass everybody, even your cooperatives should be able to work with the city and see how they can also help with generation of energy in the city to meet our energy needs. Why mix? I mean, a lot of households that are moving off the grid also, even now, if you look, a lot of them have an energy mix per household. But also we want to keep the market open. When we held our 2-day energy Indaba, we found that there are all kinds of energy producers, from wind, solar, gas, and other types. And so we want to open up the market as much as possible. One, our demand is huge with the need to offset load shedding in an economic hub that can't afford any load shedding, any load reduction. We need to up capacity so that we're able to meet our demand. And in order for us to do that, we must be able to work with all types of energy producers, regardless of the type of energy. Of course, we give conditions, and affordability is a huge consideration. We're of course hoping that we'll also stimulate competition on price, the more players we have in the space. So that's one of the things we're hoping to achieve. But yes, we will end up with an energy mix if we are to meet the capacity needs that we have. Yeah, and then just on waste management, I'd like to agree with the general. I've been talking to the JMPD about introducing a fine for littering, because we've got a hefty fine for illegal dumping, and it's worked very well. In fact, we increased the fine in the 2016 administration when MMC Sun was still the MMC for public safety. We took the fine higher, and we've seen that it's really preventing illegal dumping, even though it's still happening to some extent. But we need to introduce one for littering. And one of the first response I got was it's difficult to enforce. And I said, but how are other parts of the world doing it? So that conversation has started, and we will make sure. In fact, the MMC for safety now, MMC Tembe, has given an undertaking that he will drive it, and they'll bring a report to mayoral committee for adoption. So we will definitely do that. And I take what you're saying about the taxi industry. I think another industry is informal trade. We've seen in the inner city, as an example, if you walk around with Pick It Up, our waste management entity, you'll see there's a a very strong association between where the dirty parts of the city are and where informal trade is happening. And so that's one area of focus. We're busy now with development planning, identifying areas to move informal traders to. And of course, we'll make sure supportive infrastructure is there to prevent dumping and littering in those areas. But also, once people are allocated trading spaces, they can be held accountable for how they look and the upkeep of those spaces. So that's one of the things we're currently working on. We will be communicating very shortly. We're just tying a few loose ends between planning and economic development before we start allocating people to those illegal informal trading sites. MMC.
Thank you, yeah. Chairperson, through you, Minister Creasy, I take note of your comment. And in fact, one thing I want to agree with you that I think going forward in encouraging homes and smaller scales power generation, we also need to start with a much more intensified education, awareness, and enforcement campaign about reducing consumption. And when I speak about reducing consumption, if I could just share with you, especially in the illegally connected areas where people get electricity for free, or in fact, they don't get it for free. They start to pay these local thugs for electricity, anything between 100 to 300 rand per month. But what you will find then is that they have this uncapped use of electricity. They will switch on the 4-plate stoves or the 2-plate hot plates as heaters during winter. So that, in fact, creates a lot of burden on the city as a metropolitan that we then get penalized by Eskom because we exceeded that peak pricing. So I think for us to get to encouraging homes to produce energy, we need to firstly go out with an awareness, also coupled with an enforcement element of campaign to say that you need to reduce consumption, stop using illegal electricity. And Mr. Bobby, sorry, I couldn't see your surname. Mr. P. Bobby, yeah, I feel much more, friendlier now that when the mayor said that, the 350 for a solar system, that certainly is not to say that we want to, disconnect our responsibility as local government completely in providing electricity. I think the mayor stressed that, but I think there's an alternative way to say to the less fortunate, the disadvantaged, the resident, to say there is an alternative. Instead of you buying electricity illegally from a very dangerous connection, where children are likely to be electrocuted, especially in raining seasons. So there are many other social problems and crimes that comes with that. So whereas the Joburg municipality certainly are finding ways to encourage, even we are now conducting a study to say that if we can't beat them, we must join them. Perhaps we should come out with a line of product by City Power, inverters, solar panels, so we reduce that cost that the market is now selling to the rich people. And you say, you know what, buy from us at an afforded price. And thank you, Chair, for putting me next to the DDG of Treasury. I feel so much closer to money that perhaps, through our interventions and projects, that we are able to really bring affordable services to our residents. And just one last thing from my side, Chairperson, is that we haven't spoken about, I don't know if the Commission has spoken before, and please accept my apologies if I have covered something that you have discussed before, Commissioners, is the low emission zones within municipalities. Louise, if I can call you by first name, that you said that the municipalities create those laws to scrap vehicles. In fact, it has to be on a national level. Municipalities do not have those kind of authority, but we certainly could create low emission zones where we limit the amount of vehicle that comes into certain areas of the city, to say that I'm using inner city as an example, which is a terrible example because it's a transport node and hub, to say that vehicles producing so much carbon needs to be limited. We would like you to have less vehicles coming into the circle. Now, of course, we can extend to that to Sandton, to Randburg and other areas, and in that process reduce a lot of the carbon footprint and of course, move to that climate change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, we're not yeah, we actually don't have the time. I'm sorry, because Minister Creasy, I promised her that we'll put her on at 11. It's almost 11:30. I don't know what we should do. Melissa, will you be quick?
Yes, I'll be quick. Thanks, Deputy Chair. My name is Melissa Fourie. I'm one of the Civil Society Commissioners as well. I wanted to just return to this issue of the energy mix. It sounds like it's an approach of balance and, give everyone a part of the sun. But what is why would one do that if a part of what you're putting in the mix is far more expensive and far more risky? I have to support Minister Creasy's point about the cost. I mean, it really just doesn't make any financial sense to expose the city to that kind of risk, particularly with issues of security of supply. I worry about this reliance on the concept of baseload, which really is no longer a useful term in a modern energy system. And I would like to, Deputy Chair, with your permission, I wonder if I can propose that we can potentially have some of the commission team engage with the city around this issue, so we can talk through those issues of baseload and understand why that is not a helpful, term and not a helpful decision-making tool. And then potentially, just more importantly, how will procurement from gas assist the city to reach its net zero goal? I mean, it really won't, to answer the question.
Thank you, Melissa. It's exactly the point on which I wanted to end. Madam Mayor, we're not just here, we're not a commission of inquiry, so we're not putting you on the carpet. It may seem a little bit, don't worry, it's not about that. We're here about, we really wanted to have you with us today so that we can think as a commission, what can we do to work with you to help you solve some of the immense challenges that you have. And I'm going to ask the executive director perhaps just to talk to that. How do we take this forward? And
yeah, thank you, Chair. So Melissa basically took the words out of my mouth. I know our national, so we have a sister organization in the presidency headed, the project office headed by Rudy Dix. I think they've also been struggling to have an engagement with the city. I may be wrong, but I'd heard that they weren't getting the right level of engagement. And there's a concern on our energy planning team that, I mean, we applaud the broad leadership, I think, that you're bringing to the sector and want you to succeed and support you in that. There is a concern that you're working with some slightly outdated concepts that aren't going to take you to the kind of transition that you're championing. So, I mean, the practical suggestion is that we set up a working relationship. We bring Rudy and his team from the presidency, our energy planning team, the treasury people, because there are revenue implications. Although Malijeng is not going to bail you out on the 30% of your budget that you're asking for. And let's have a proper discussion.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And thank you for your time, for being here. It's no secret, Madam Mayor, that you are facing quite a lot of challenges, political challenges in your council, and I didn't think you would make it to be here. So I really appreciate the fact, no, I do appreciate the fact that you've taken the trouble to be here, because one of the things that it does show is your commitment to the matters that we are discussing here. I really do appreciate that. And you spend the whole morning with us. It's really appreciated from my side, and we are there to make the city succeed. Minister Creasy is going to talk about 427. Sorry to hold you up, but we won't take a break and go straight onto your issues. And I'll try not to take you. You want to sit here? Come and sit. Okay, she's okay. Let's just not waste any time. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And can I just check that the presentation is loaded? And I need that little thing. That little thing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. If you can, we can just put it on slideshow mode. Wonderful. Thanks very much. Chair, so just to remind everybody that the meeting will be hosted in Sharm el Sheikh from the 6th to the 18th of November. And you can see that it's the 27th Conference of the Parties, and there's a whole lot of other numbers which you might find interesting for background information. I think what's important, Chair, is just to talk a little bit about the background context within which this meeting is happening. And obviously in this regard, the Russia-Ukraine war is very significant. And while we don't think that it will impact on discussions at the conference itself, we have noted that issues pertaining to this war have featured quite prominently at the G20. But I think more importantly for ourselves, what everybody here would understand is that the Russia-Ukraine war has resulted in an energy crisis in Western Europe in particular. And the consequence of that crisis is that, I love the way my staff put it very diplomatically, that no, I tend to be a bit blunt. So these are my chief negotiators. They write this, and I think it's wonderful. It says the foundation seems to have been eroded for securing maximum ambition. Well, when I went to the Petersburg Dialogue, I told the developed countries, don't renege on your climate change commitments. But obviously that was a bit blunt for my negotiators. So colleagues, ahead of the meeting in Sharm el Sheikh, the president of the Arab Republic of Egypt will be convening this two-day summit to talk about accelerated climate action and political support and momentum for negotiations. And I think this kind of thing you will see also occurred before COP26 in Glasgow. We didn't participate because you'll remember we were in the middle of electing Mayor Palazzi. So we were very busy with that process. We couldn't participate. But I think what I can also share with you is that next week I will be going to Egypt for a couple of days, because we have been invited by the COP president as African countries to discuss the context within which this conference is happening. And also I think many people are particularly interested to learn a little bit more about South Africa's just energy transition, and of course the existence of yourselves as the Climate Commission and so on and so forth. But I think really there would be four objectives. The first is to continue to raise ambition around mitigation, adaptation, and support to developing countries. To advance the financing arrangements for loss and damage, and to build on progress that was made in Glasgow with regard to the just transition. You would know that in the language of the Glasgow Pact, it was the first time that we've actually had the formal introduction of this concept a just transition. And South Africa was very instrumental in pushing for the introduction of that concept. And finally, an unfinished business from Paris is the issue of the special needs and circumstances of Africa, which has not been properly entertained in any of the previous COPs since Paris, and we hope will be given attention in this meeting. I was distracted by our discussion on energy, but I thought it was important to share with you that there was a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, and cabinet has adopted your just transition framework. So this framework now is really a framework for the country and no longer just a framework of the Climate Commission. So I think that's important and positive news. Yeah, thank you. So I think the key issue is we're very concerned that developed countries are backtracking on their mitigation commitments. And you would have seen information in the public domain about the reopening of coal-fired power stations in Germany and the UK. When the climate envoys were here earlier this year, we asked them about that, and they said to us, "Oh, no, it's only 1%." But the thing is, it's very difficult for them to be saying to us, "Close your coal-fired power stations, we're opening ours." It's interesting messaging. The issue of just transitions in Africa, I think this is very important, and I'll say a bit more about that. Increased funding for the global goal on adaptation. We are living through climate change, and African countries are all living through climate change. And even the limited goal that was set in Glasgow of $400 million for adaptation hasn't been met. So where is the money for adaptation? And the issue of dealing with loss and damage. This is going to be a very vexed issue at COP27. I'm not sure whether it really is going to be resolved. So on adaptation, you would know that we have been pushing for years for the issue of adaptation to be on the COP agenda itself. That was something that we did achieve in Glasgow. So now what we're saying is we need a proper work program. We need a proper set of goals and targets linked to concrete numbers and finance. And we have been saying that just as you set goals and targets that say that we must reduce greenhouse gases by 40% by 2030, so we feel that we need to say you must increase the resilience of developing countries by 50% by 2030. Not quite the flavor of the month, that one, but we continue to say that there needs to be proper concrete goals. You can't just say, well, we think adaptation is important and basically leave it at that. And the whole issue of financing for adaptation, predictable annual contributions, proper role for multilateral institutions, none of this has really been advanced since Glasgow. Okay, the key thing here under mitigation is that we're worried, first of all, on backtracking by the developed countries. And the second thing we're worried about is that developed countries are trying to push their responsibilities with regard to decreasing greenhouse gas emissions onto us. So they're opening coal-fired power stations and they're saying, can you tell us ambition on your NDCs? And I think that what we're saying is we all tabled NDCs, we've got to stick to them, all of us. Finance. Okay, so what we know is that adaptation is going to cost the African countries somewhere between 259 and 407 billion US dollars over the next 10 years. And so that what we need for adaptation every year is somewhere between 26 and 41 billion dollars. As I say, at Glasgow, a commitment was made to 400 million dollars, which has not been honored. So this really does need to be significantly upscaled. And the other thing that we are concerned about, and climate finance can't come in the form of repackaging of existing multilateral support. It's got to be new money. And I think that this is the other issue with regard to finance is not only are we not meeting our commitments, but where we are providing money or where they are providing money, it's repackaging of existing multilateral support. Loss and damage, as I say, this is going to be a very, very complicated and difficult issue to resolve. We're trying to finalize agreement on the governance of the loss and damage framework under the Santiago network for loss and damage. And this means that we've got to agree on the scale of support, as well as programming options and ex post budget support to governments. So when an extreme incident happens, there has to be direct budget support to countries concerned. And this is really, I think, where a lot of the difficulty is going to arise. And you would understand that for the least developed countries in the small island states, you have a tropical cyclone, the capital city gets wiped out in one night, and then nothing happens. So this kind of thing has to be, is going to be very important. And then the question of the just energy transition. And I think that this is where South Africa would really be very important. And your framework, I think, is going to be very significant and very important at COP27, because essentially what one is saying is that ambition on mitigation has to be linked to financial flows that are developing low emission pathways. Because what we can't be doing is having a situation where we close down high emitting industries and nothing is put in their place. So this would be an area around which we would be working quite conscientiously as a country. And you would know that the next round of NDCs are going to be asked for in late 2024. So we're trying to set up a framework to say that you can't just push ambition in the absence of the concept of transition. And just transition, and transition means that there has to be financing for low emission development pathways. Can we move to slide 11? Thank you. So the key issue, and I suppose in some ways when I look at this, it's kind of it's like COP26 all over. We've got to narrow the pledges. We've got to narrow the gap between what people say they're going to do and what they're actually doing. We've got to build trust between developed and developing countries based on fulfilling commitments. And we need to make sure that we build momentum in the financing space around issues not just relating to justice, but also making sure that the financial instruments that are available are not going to exacerbate the debt position of developing countries. And as always, we stand ready to play our part. Thank you very much.
Let's start over there. Any other comments? Let's see the hands. Surely you want to say to the minister what you want her to say. She goes to COP27. The problem, Minister, is that your presentation is such that we agree with everything you say. Actually, we and look, I think that as a commission, we are here to persuade the social partners to back up the positions which our government will be taking in COP27. I think largely you can expect that. I think this is generally the approach that this commission would support, and I think that you can be bold. You will not be contradicted by your own people. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And picking up on what you said, Minister, point of departure is that we support what you've presented here. Thank you. But I've got 3 points that I would like to share with you. Firstly, I want to invite you to open a window for us into the issue of the basic group as it relates to Africa. That is, for me, what I would like to hear from you is what should we look at that South Africa is an agent of Africa Group within BASIC. What is the evidence of that? What should we look at? And my point of departure there is that we are representing the African Group in BASIC. So that's the point of departure. Secondly, just again, curious from you, how you put it this way. A striking feature of the negotiations over the past 10 years, 15 years, is the disintegration or the erosion of the Unity 77 in China. What does that mean for South Africa? I'm just curious, that's why I'm using this phrase of opening a window to just see how you and your team are maximizing that reality or actioning that reality of disintegration and erosion. Lastly, I was taken aback by the absence of the global, of the GGA, in your African priorities, the adaptation, global goal and adaptation. I was surprised that it doesn't feature there prominently, but again, I support your thinking. I know you know what you are doing. But I would have included it there, put it that way. But most importantly for me, my third question, to be brief, is, in my view, most of the politically sensitive issues that are of interest to developed countries have been resolved. Let me list some of them. The firewall between developed and developing countries has been broken down almost completely. The NDC is a bottom-up approach to the contrast of the Kyoto Protocol. The rulebook is complete. There's no venue for the discussion of the ambition except in the GST, in the global stocktake. In your thinking, Minister, what do you think is our leverage in these negotiations? What is it that they want? Or are we talking only about our own issues, the global goal on adaptation, the loss and damage, the finance for adaptation? What is it that they want these days? Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Minister, for a very informative and pretty clear presentation. I think maybe, Minister, it might be good for us to get a bit more meat on what we mean by the special needs for Africa, particularly the political problems or impasses that are currently there as to why we didn't get that particular distinction or classification from Paris. And then secondly, along the lines of the macro versus the more technical work that is being done in some of the joint sittings, the issue of the just transition appears in two areas. One is at the political declaration level within the decision text, and obviously you've been speaking towards the financing framework for that. And then within the response measures discussion, is there a view from South Africa, at least, as how we're going to be able to marry the two? Because one is highly technical, obviously, as you know, but how are we going to make sure that at least there is some cross-pollination and understanding from both those discussion points? With that, do you think that we're going to get a separate agenda item specifically on the just transition? And then my last question is on the mitigation work program. Do we have an understanding of how it speaks to the NDCs? Because my understanding is that this is an additional level of pledges, commitments, or contributions that are being sought from the rest of the parties outside of the mitigation component of the NDC. And then just a comment, ministers, that the compliance committee has completed its work on its rules of procedure, and we might have a new lever or in a form of a mechanism that can allow for us to be able to at least steer the conversation and the narrative at a global level as to what compliance really means under the Paris Agreement. Over, Chair.
So just again from my side as well, full support for the position. I think it's a strong position, and I think particularly on the issues relating to backtracking, something we need to really push quite hard on. Just one of the elements for me that was missing is that we speak about financing and the need for greater support, but the financing element also looks at trade, access to markets. And we're finding that even with the developed countries, that what they are doing is they're saying, here's money, we're putting forward money in terms of the 8.5, which is clearly not enough. But then if you look at the laws they're putting in place, despite what they are doing, in practice, it's actually limiting access to their markets, etc. CBAM, the EU directives, there's a number of them in terms of this. So we need to, I think, really expand that element of access to financing and ensuring we do get financing, but also access to their markets, being able to have offtake of products we produce here. If we're moving into green hydrogen, renewables, etc., being able to then, put those into markets that can afford to actually get it, so we can stimulate sectors here. So just a little bit of an expansion of that, and just your views on how you see that. Then the other issue is, Minister, how can we support you? We've got a lot of the delegates going through. There's a lot of studies we've done. We've got investment plans from the JP coming through. There's a lot of studies we've done by the NBI. So speaking a little bit with a business view, how can we support you at COP27? There have been some requests specifically for projects, for example, to showcase. Is that still something that you need support on? Are there any elements as the Commission as well that we can come through on? We've got the framework, that's certainly something we can showcase, but is there anything else? Just to understand. And my last question, the process of consultation on the positions that you've shared here. I think we were at a CEO forum quite recently, where some of these issues were very clearly supported as well. And the CEO forums were saying, what we'd like to understand what the process of consultation is. So a little bit of information on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Thank you very much, Minister, for that presentation. C40 cities in Africa will be sponsoring 10 mayors to attend COP27. And the message will be taken to the COP is the role of cities as leaders in the just transition. My question is, what message will you be taking from a national level on the role of cities and the role that national government in South Africa is playing to support cities and create an enabling environment, whether through funding considerations, policy considerations. What will be your message where cities are concerned? Thank you.
And now we've got a lot of hands here. You're the last one. And I should ignore the others.
Ignore them. Honorable Minister, my question is looking at the issue of coordinating these activities related to environment. I see that the other regions in the continent like ECOWAS, they even have joint legislation, common legislation. What steps are you taking for SADC to coordinate some of this? We can do all this here in South Africa, but you'll find that if you talk transportation, for instance, it comes from the neighboring countries as well.
Mine are two comments, they're not questions. The one is to Shamini. So in my view, the solution to the issue of the CBAM is to raise our own carbon tax so that those revenues rather flow into our own fiscus than flow into the EU's fiscus. And perhaps the Commission might even want to take a position on such a thing. And then the second was to just speak about South Africa doing its fair share of the effort required to get to, you know, what the goals are, means that we also should pay ourselves, whether it's our private sector or our fiscus, for a certain percentage of our decarbonization journey. And the balance must come, you know, from funding from the developed countries. So I don't think that's a big message we need to take publicly outside, you know, when facing international partners. But I think we also need to be aware that there's a piece of it we must lift ourselves. And I'm sure our negotiators are fully aware of that. Thank you.
Yeah, just you were silent on Article 6, carbon trading. You know, the market's a mess. Carbon trading is not going to solve our financial or our climate reality. What is the ministry's position on that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me just start off by saying that I think that there seems, Chair, to be appetite to have further discussion on this. And I know that you do have workshops in between commission meetings. And if you want to include this as a workshop topic, and we can get, you know, if we negotiate times and dates, we can get the negotiators there, because some of the issues, I think, you know, some of the technical details that Happy was talking about, for example, might be better dealt with by the negotiators. So, you know, we can do that. And I did receive a letter from NBI asking me whether I would come and speak to CEOs on our negotiating position. And at that point, this position went through cabinet on Wednesday. So I wasn't in a position to agree because I didn't know, you know, when and if it would go through, but it has. So we will find a suitable time to do that. I think that the points that have been made about the importance of the African continent working as a unit are very much appreciated. And we are part of what is known as the AGN, the African Group of Negotiators. We also work through AMSEN, the African Ministers of Environment, and there will be an AMSEN meeting will be taking place in 2 weeks' time. As I indicated, I'm going to Egypt, where I expect I will meet a range of my counterparts from the continent, because this meeting next week is for African ministers. So we very much always work with our counterparts on the continent. And I think the reason that we are in favor of this concept of the special needs and circumstances of Africa is, first of all, we know that Africa is one of the regions of the world that is worst affected by climate change, and our own subcontinent, as we know, is warming at twice the global rate. But one of the complexities in the international financing is that the developed countries would like to finance least developed countries and small island states only. And South Africa, as what is regarded as a middle income country, would not really be available for that financing. So I think that we might be a middle income country in statistical terms, but we all understand the complexities, the vast inequalities, poverty, unemployment that exists in our country. And I think that if you were looking at Nigeria, Egypt, Algeria, the other big economies on the continent, they would fall into a similar category. And that's why we favor this position of the special needs and circumstances of Africa. So all I can say is that, yes, there's always work to try and keep the continent together, and other people work to try and not keep the continent together. So, you know, these are the kinds of dynamics that we are working with. And we hope that the fact that this is an African COP is going to give us an opportunity to make progress on the African agenda that can carry through to future COP meetings. So I think that is really how I know our colleagues from Egypt are understanding this. On the trade issues, I think Minister Patel, that's really his baby. And I think some of what he was reflecting in his presentation today was how you can't just look at the development of EVs in isolation from trade access and trade agreements. So I think that is something that is fully understood by government. The position we've taken on the NDCs, we've tabled an ambitious NDC. The lower limit of our NDC is compatible with the 1.5 degree goal. We want to achieve that, and we want the finances to achieve it. And we are not at this point in time submitting any further NDC. We want to make sure that the commitments that we have already made have progress and are implemented. But obviously there's going to be another round in 2024, and we will have to participate. On the issue of the cities, we have a major program, Mayor, where we work with all 44 district municipalities to develop their climate response strategies. They all have climate response strategies. We now have a team of international experts, and we're going municipality by municipality, helping to revisit those plans and look at how they get mainstreamed. In the end, climate change has to be mainstreamed into municipal budgets. And the reason we need the climate bill is because that makes it a regulatory imperative. And in the end, we can make demands for international financing, and there's no question that if we handle the just transition and so on properly, we will attract a lot of investment. But in the end, if you're going to deal with the energy and water crises that Joburg is going to face, you are going to have to mainstream that into your budgets over the next 10 years, or you're not going to have the money. And it applies to every other city in the country. Whether, you know, somebody said to me yesterday, the problem with South Africa is that most other countries have one climate change impact. So they either have floods or droughts or fires. But because we are a mega biodiverse country and we have so many different biomes, we've got the whole lot. Floods, droughts, rising sea level, heat waves, fire, you name it, we're going to have it. So part of the complexity of working with the cities is that what you are protecting Cape Town against is not what you're going to be protecting eThekwini against. And I think that is the complexity that we're dealing with. And it's why we value the C40 network, and why we think that involvement in that and mainstreaming of priorities is so important. I'm not going to comment on the carbon tax. It's budget time. I don't want to upset the Minister of Finance. My advice to you, you want budget, don't go there either. The law is very clear who deals with tax in this country. It's not the Climate Commission. Carbon trading, well, it is what it is, Bobby. We lost that one. It is what it is. We'll just have to work within the parameters of what it is. There's nothing else we can do. I had the misfortune at my very first COP to facilitate Section 6. Taught me a hell of a lot about climate change. I didn't achieve anything. But that one at COP 26 was just gavelled, and it's not what the developed countries want. So we work within that framework. It's not, there will be some money coming in, but it is not what we had hoped for. Chair, I've done my best not to take too much of your time. And as I say, we open to discussion about further engagements, because I think colleagues here want to do some deep dives, which might not be appropriate today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's go on straight then to the Just Energy Transition Partnership. Crispin, do you want to introduce this? Can we cut it down to 15 minutes, this discussion, or you think not? Let's see.
Yeah, so Chair, happily, Minister. Yeah, we'll give you a box. We'll give you a box, Minister. In Feroza's luggage, not the minister's, just to be clear. So, Chair, Mr. Manele, his apologies today. He's unfortunately tied up in a board meeting which he couldn't move. His deputy in the PCFTT is Chantal Naidu. You may recall Chantal, previously she worked for the Development Bank, and at the early stages of setting up the commission, she did some quite seminal work for us on the climate finance space. So she's no stranger to the commission, and she's going to give us a hopefully brief update given our time constraints.
Is the document distributed?
No.
We are in a time squeeze. If you could help us, it would be nice.
Sure. Good afternoon. Well, it's almost afternoon to everybody. And thank you again for the invitation, and just to reaffirm Daniel's apologies. So I'll try and get through as much as we can, recognizing the time. Just to quickly recap on the JET partnership, to remind you, 5 countries, 8.5 billion, the goal around decarbonization underpinned by a just transition objective. 3 priority sectors were set, and they were to be evidenced in an investment plan. So I wanted to share perhaps the most important in the sense of the progress since the last commission meeting. At that meeting, there was a lot we still had to do, and we have done with the help of the Secretariat as well, led by Joanne and her team. Since June, we have had engagements on the finance offer. We've developed some guidelines, and plenty meetings with the IPG partners and elements of the draft investment plan already developed. In August has been an extremely busy month in terms of opening up the space around consultation. So consultations at the level of technical working groups, constituency briefings, including an element around national finance mapping, and then ongoing IMC negotiations and engagements with them as well. We are aiming to present something at the COP, and we'll be guided by the process with the ministers about what form and what gets presented at the COP. But post-COP, there's obviously a whole host of work to do around implementation. Just to remind, perhaps, this is a cumulative process in terms of moving from where we were on the NDP to where we are now with the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. And it builds on what has already been seeded in the South African climate response for a number of years. So we see it as a part of that continuum. The next two slides are no stranger to that. So I'll just quickly remind that the investment plan has twin outcomes. The one is to focus on critical sectors to enable the significant reductions that we require. And the second is to foster a just energy transition. We didn't do a round of applause with the adoption of the Just Transition Framework in this meeting, but I certainly congratulate the Commission on that adoption. And it's provided very useful basis for opening up the way in which justice is embedded in the interventions and the critical sectors that are engaged in. And perhaps just to highlight on this particular slide, the areas needing financing that's coming out from the investment plan work relates to social protection and the HR skills development, social ownership models, and also looking at infrastructure dependencies. So there's a lot of really critical and useful work happening, although not exclusively, but economic diversification, and then looking at coal-reliant regions, what is precisely necessary at that level. Previous slide just speaks to the way in which the investment plan has been unfolding. Building primarily on South African knowledge systems is a veritable body of research that's been put together around the justice component, financing energy transitions, energy modeling, and the authors have drawn on all of that, pulled it together, synthesizing it, and there's been a process now that's been started around the expert review and consultative process. Consultative in the sense of different constituencies, labor, youth, business, local government, faith-based, and civil society. We're most grateful to the PCC for facilitating those discussions, which have been held almost every Friday since the 12th of August now. And the expert reviews, which have been facilitated by the Secretariat, is where the elements of what we have consolidated is being tested and considered. And ultimately, the IMC and cabinet approval process is the culmination and the apex that all of this is moving toward. So as you can see, there's lots of moving parts, but it's moving. Around the the consultative process, just something to bear in mind, it's not just a one-off set, there's various layers. So there's an expert roundtable level across the three sectors, plus a just transition and local government aspect to it as well, to test the assumptions and look at the sequencing of elements that are necessary. There's the constituency aspect as well, which was structured more as a dialogue. And in that dialogue, questions were posed by the task team to those present. And we are actually receiving written feedback, some of which is really powerful and sharp in terms of being able to integrate these in the investment plan. The week ahead is largely about local government and intra-government exchanges, where deeper dive on the investment plan, but also expectations relative to policy alignment and others that might be expected in the plan. And then importantly, the last part, I say importantly because it's not just about mobilizing international climate finance, but it's also about using it to best effect domestically. And so we're having bilateral engagements with national public and private finance institutions to map their contributions, to understand their climate policies and their metrics, and understand how they will contribute to the justice component of the transition, and more broadly, energy transition and the embedding dimensions that the task team is trying to promote. The next 3 slides is just a flavor, Chair, of the kind of ways in which the just transition is being positioned in each of the sector. So under electricity, for example, the idea is to embed it in the elements around energy poverty, which is coming up through the consultations as something really critical. We can't move to clean energy unless we have addressing energy security, energy poverty, and looking at that affordable access and social safety nets. The impacts are largely place-based in the context of the energy transition, obviously with Mpumalanga being a critical area. But then looking at and linking to the discussion this morning around municipalities' role, the models and their readiness to be able to enable such a transition is also a critical part of it. And then looking at the infrastructure, transport and hydrogen, I won't go through that, but there's similar issues there in terms of opening up the new green industrial sectors. And there's impending challenges, particularly for the automotive and transport sector around job losses. So that's why it's also a critical investment area to consider. There's initial thinking around the deeper pillars of the just transition, which relates to aspects around repurposing of mines. I've mentioned economic diversification already, and really thinking about what does it mean for the person on the ground, the workers and communities that are directly affected. How will this plan contribute precisely to a better quality of life for them? And to be making sure then on the last pillar, the enabling conditions to plan for transition, to make sure we're sequencing it properly, ensuring there's a social safety net perhaps in place before shifts are made, so people are not left vulnerable without that planning. And then also looking at the post-mining redevelopment areas, how can that help? And of course, are we moving ahead? Are we actually transitioning? And how do we understand monitoring that? So I'll briefly just mention that across all 3, there's a sense of an ecosystem of elements that has to happen. There's a skills dimension, and we heard from the youth. 2 things that really stood out for me was a young gentleman from still at school said, with all respect, I've got friends finishing matric and they're going into jobs that are going to be redundant. And how is government going to signal, a different type of higher education direction for us, give us different choices for the kind of work we have to do, and how do we contribute? So it's not just this time frame and our generation. And one other youth person mentioned in the most discreet way possible was that she was going to be around in 2050, not us that are around the table planning this and trying to put this together.
Chantal, we're in a bit of a time problem. I'm wondering whether you can't just summarize, give us the highlights, because as you see, commissioners would want to speak to you. So if you go on, there won't be any time for them to comment.
I've got one slide that you might be interested in, though, Chair, which is on the IPG offer itself, which I will end off on that one. That's the very next slide. If the clicker works. So I'm sure this is something you're all very interested in on, where do we stand? When will the money flow? Where are we with this? So I think the important thing is to understand that the offer was subject to concurrence on an investment plan to show how that money is maybe spent, the directionality of that. And that is the focus now of creating that country investment plan. The offer has various aspects to it in terms of debt equity guarantee and other elements. And the 2 other important points is that it's an initial contribution. So the 8.5 isn't our funding need. Our funding need, as it's becoming evident from the work Joanne and her team are doing, is substantially more. So the talks on the IPG offer itself are iterative. It's influenced by the needs expressed in the investment plan. And our work with them and conversations with them are relating to the preferred terms and conditions, preferred instruments, the extent to which they can respond to those needs, and also thinking through the long-term resource mobilization. just to pick up on something Minister Creasy said about the carbon tax and why that conversation can't be had, the task team is not charged with putting together loan agreements. We are, because that only Treasury and the Minister can do, but we are charged with evaluating how this can respond to and contribute to South Africa's just energy transition. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Much, any comments? Mr. Peake.
Thanks, Mr. Naidu. Yeah, it's still a big black box or big box. We don't know what's in it. So a few questions. How much new money is coming through this process? There's a negotiation going on. And we don't want to be left with just the statement of other money into this deal. So how much new money? How are the social justice issues being considered in terms of what is going to be spent on those issues? Or is it just going to be left, well, this is the initial contribution, the social justice issues will be paid for in the next contribution when we never, the promises of climate as a long list of failures. So we're worried about that. And the terms and conditions of this agreement, if Treasury's negotiating that, or is your office negotiating that? Because we don't want to be, for instance, locked into terms that grab our renewable energy minerals, and that does not, and then those minerals don't end up serving us. So I think that's a big concern that I have for this. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a point I already raised in the actual engagement, but I think it would be good to also raise it in this meeting as well. So to fund the social aspects of the just transition in earnest means that we're not going to look at the sexy items that you will get a quick return on investment on them. And we need to focus our attention on not just, prioritizing the things that can quickly bring the money or quickly be a return on investment. We must look at sustainability. We must look at providing benefits for poor and working households. And those are the things that we need to seriously consider in this investment plan, given the fact that this investment plan is going to be the benchmark of how other financing opportunities, climate funding is going to be extended to other African countries. So we really need to get such a good shot at it that if any other country were to be given a similar climate funding opportunity, they could use this plan in order to benefit their people. So I just thought it was good to just reiterate the point.
Thanks, Chantal. Just one question from my side. I mean, we know the 8.5 is not sufficient, and given conditionalities, 8.5 is probably way less than 8.5, even on that. So is there any thinking on innovative ways to actually make that money go further? Ways that we can use it to reduce cost of capital, etc., rather than simply dispersing it. So just your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last.
Thank you very much. And it's not so much a question, it's a comment and maybe a challenge to the Commission. In the City of Johannesburg, we asked City Power, how much would you need? This was in the budget one-on-ones before our budget was finalized, to restore energy supply in Johannesburg. And the figure they gave us was 26 billion rands against a total capital budget of 7.7 billion. That's total across all departments and entities. Now, the reality is, much as we want to migrate quickly, we have this reality that we've got limited finances, and I do see this Commission as a potential springboard for municipalities to have a collective voice to say, and I understand what the minister is saying about mainstreaming, and we get that, and we understand, but we've got backlogs, you know, and for us to talk mainstreaming, let's talk addressing the backlogs. And I think if collectively across municipalities, particularly our metros, because of economic activity and our carbon emissions, I think we do need to do a gap analysis and say, you know, can we be assisted through some kind of grant? And I know a lot of international bodies work through national platforms, assuming that finances will trickle down to the local level, but we know it's not always the case. And so I do feel like we need to be very organized around how we do that gap analysis, looking at backlogs. If we want to attract IPPs, as an example, that want to wheel through our grid, we do need to make sure that infrastructure is sufficient and in a good enough condition to promote the adoption of renewables. And we will need assistance because we're not going to achieve it on the budgets that we have. And I think that we really should leverage the voice and the power of this collective to get that going.
Thank you very much. The mayor said hers was just a comment. There were one or two questions. What I'm going to suggest is that, Crispian, that in future on this subject, we have a written report which is circulated as part of the documentation, because the question which Bobby Peake is asking is quite an important question, which everybody's interested. Are there conditionalities, and what are they? And what's our position on it? The question about how do you structure the financing, Shamini is asking, do you leverage, do you use it to stretch? It's all about the structuring questions. I think both Joanne is here, Chantal is here. Can we just make sure that in future we have a written report that is circulated, and then there are questions on, you know, the kind of things from this meeting and the previous two meetings that the commissioners are interested in, and you can cover it in there. I'd like us to leave it in there in the interest of time, and then we will pick it up again at the next meeting. Is that okay? Thank you very much. We now move on to the reports from the working group chairs. And I'd like to start off with the report from the Finance and Governance Committee. Joanne? Sorry. We'll take a 5-minute break after Joanne gives her 5-minute report. Okay, Joanne, because she's got to leave also. We're just in a bit of a tight spot.
Okay. Thank you. So for the Finance and Governance meeting, we had an update on progress of the Commission's work, as well as the update on the institutional arrangements. In addition, we went through the expenditure against budget, an update of where the expenditure is sitting at, including the commissioner remuneration, where we recommended that we accrue for the fees to commissioners to ensure that those costs are allocated in the year in which they are incurred. And really for all commissioners who are eligible, if the necessary documentation can be provided to the Secretariat so that we can actually progress those matters. Because I think there are some fees due this year for last year that has a significant impact on the budgetary allocation and costings. So we really do need to, for those eligible commissioners, ensure the documentation is provided. The risk register is maturing. We looked at both the likelihood and impact of the risks that are incorporated, and there's a residual risk that's been identified, and we spent some time discussing the risk matrix. There has been an offer extended by some of the members of the committee to work closely with the Secretariat in really prioritizing those risks, identifying how best we can manage the strategic risks at a committee level, and for the more operational risks to be managed within the operations of the PCC. On the donations, we looked at some of the new donors identified, some local, some international donors. And there still remains a waiting of funding from the international community. So we are wanting to look at how we can attract more local donations. The rules of donations, or the guidelines rather, were discussed earlier in the year. and we are formalizing a policy, but the key principles are to ensure that all funding activities are done on the basis of independence, ethics, and transparency. So everything that is received is clearly disclosed. It's ensuring that the funds received are received in good faith with absolutely no expectation. So there's no lobbying or influence that is possible. There's a need to not only be independent, but be seen to be independent. And that's why there does need to be a diversity of funding sources. The broader the funders into the PCC, the more the mitigation of long-term financing risk. I mean, currently a lot of the funds that are made available for very specific work programs. We are looking at how we can broaden the diversity of funding application as well as funding sources. And we're also wanting to reflect more clearly the distribution of those donations. So what is the public sector versus private sector? What is the local versus international? What is the sectoral makeup of the donations that are being made available? The donors are all required to report in terms of Global Reporting Initiative and TCFD. They need to demonstrate clear commitment to the transition. And for local donors, they need to ensure that they are JSE and local reporting compliant. All of the donors need to be legally and tax compliant. We're really looking at dealing with ethical business partners, and they will need to disclose any funds made available to the PCC in their financials. Another guideline is that the funds that are contributed to the PCC cannot be claimed as part of a company's UNFCCC commitments. And I think, Melissa, specifically to your point, we did have extensive debate around whose money should be accepted. And that's why, as long as a company is not a disproportionate funder into the PCC, and as long as there's a very clear commitment to transition, we believe that the diversity of funding to further the objectives of the PCC so the funding source is then, or any funding source is acceptable provided those guidelines are complied with. And the overriding principle is my first statement, which it is about ethics, transparency, and full disclosure, just to ensure that we are at all times seen to be independent and are in fact independent. Thanks.
Any questions to Joanne, Melissa?
Thanks, Joanne. I mean, it's a little bit tricky to comment, until we actually see it, and would like to request an opportunity for us to comment. I would like to know, just for the record, whether we have already accepted funding from specifically greenhouse gas emitters in our country. And yeah, so let's just get that information. I just provisionally am quite uncomfortable about that. I think it's the point you were making about being seen to be independent is we're making decisions here and recommendations to the state about climate action. And it is just very difficult to do when we're accepting funding from some of our biggest emitters. Thanks.
Joanne, you may, in your committee, you may want to discuss this issue again. It has been raised, and I think it's a matter that does need attention, because
Yes.
like you say, we don't want to be seen to be following anybody's agenda. Actually, it's not clear to me as to why we are not funded by the government up to now. The government hasn't given me an explanation of that, notwithstanding my throwing tantrums, as you know, at various meetings. There's been no explanation, nothing, not even an attempt to explain why. It's a small budget. It's a blip on the screen of a budget of 1.7 trillion rands. We spend, I mean, it is very little. It's not clear to me. And as long as that doesn't happen, we run the risk of being vulnerable, as Melissa says, to people thinking, I think this commission will be independent. We can't be bought up by anybody, but it's what other people's perception is. that's the issue. But you may want to think about it further in your committee.
No, we definitely will. And the policy hasn't, we've got the guidelines. So a formal policy is being formulated and no funds, looking to Crispian, at the time of the last meeting, no funds had been received from any heavy carbon emitters. But it will continue to be a debate until such time as we have a policy, which we will then table at the PCC. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Joanne?
Melissa has raised the issue of taking money from companies that are heavy emitters. And I think behind her issue is a concern that there's going to be undue influence exerted on the PCC. And I think there needs to be some greater clarity around the kind of mechanisms that the Secretariat has tried to set up in order to ensure that that doesn't actually happen. So I think that that is the one thing. But the second thing is I think that we must not be naive and believe that when we take the bulk of our money from international funders, that there isn't an agenda that is being exerted and a set of influence that they are trying to achieve from the money that they are getting us. And I think that that goes with any money that comes from anywhere. And I think that the question for us is really around how we manage that. So I think there does need to be a broader conversation around all of these agendas and what they are and how we ensure that we walk a line that ensures that we can retain our independence and do our work in the way that we want to, regardless of source. So I think it's a much bigger question. Thanks.
Yeah, Joanne, I think you're saying the same things because Joanne Bates, when she started off her report, she said that the committee is concerned that our funding is lopsided in favor of international funding, and that's not a good thing. So, there's agreement on what you're saying. The point is very simple. It's not what we think. It's what other people are going to think, and especially people who are not happy with what we are doing, because there'll be a lot of people where they'll say, oh, well, we were already told we're pushing an anti-coal agenda because we're funded by some international funders. And, and we're pushing their agenda. So that's the whole thing. And I can't understand why this commission is not being funded by the state. That's the one thing, because that's the only solution we have. The funding from international donors, private sector and others must be peripheral, must be top up, must be add on. But a real 80% of funding should come from the state. And I think that's what I'd really like the backing of this commission for us to say that to the government, because frankly, I've felt more or less like the only voice that's been saying that to the government. Why aren't you paying for this? It's basically what you would call an unfunded mandate. And I've said to the government that they're completely irresponsible setting up something and not giving any money for that to happen. And we know that they're spending money on things which is wasteful. Everybody knows that. I can point out lots of other things where they can get the money from. Joanne, we can have a longer discussion after you consider it and you present it better, or you can talk about it now, because this is an issue that's not going to go away and we must deal with it properly.
So I think we would agree that the mandate, having a fully funded mandate from government, would be the most effective way for the Commission to move forward with its work. One of the risks, one of the further risks in the risk register is the reliance on raising funding to deliver on the core mandate. So that comes down to the employment of resources. So trying to attract the right resources on a long-term contract when your donations are uncertain. So I think that there would be very strong support for having a fully government funded mandate.
Thank you for that. Can we, there's been a howling in the corner here for a break. Can I just say that we're going to end at 1 o'clock. If you have a break now, people don't come in 5 minutes time, and it's going to, we'll only come back at 1 o'clock. So can you hold on till 1 o'clock. And if anybody is really desperate, you can leave the room for a few minutes like I did just now. I'm a middle-aged man, you know, I can't sit through this whole thing. So I go out from time to time. Bobby, you're getting there. If you need to, you can go out. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Thank you so much. I think we need to try and get this policy of accepting money dealt with soonest. We are running a risk of not being trusted based on perceptions, that we need to clear that soonest. And when I say soonest, I mean they shouldn't really take their time, because then when we lose a reputation, we are not going to regain it soon enough based on perception. But I also want to send this to you, Deputy Chair, because you seem to have a very, very close affinity to the president. That you also send this to the president, that you are worried that he forms something that is unfunded. It's almost like you are taking us to a ride and you don't give us money for petrol. How do we navigate this? So I think that is probably the most important thing that you can do, than to try to talk to departments. The departments will be dealt with by the president. So the next time we sit, let's hear from you what the president says. If he says there is no money for us to go to this road trip, then he must tell us why we should be on this road trip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I will do is I will send off a letter expressing this sentiment that we are in the invidious position now of having to accept money from sources that we would prefer to take it from the government, because we do get. In fact, the government questioned us. Minister Mantosh questioned us about our motives, and he says because we're being influenced by Europe. He said, so we do have this problem. I will send off a strong worded letter in your name, if you don't mind, and we basically must say that this must come to an end now, because they're going through. Okay, good. And I will write it to the president, as you say. Yeah. I know you didn't say it's more or less the price of 1 or 2 animals, but maybe you know that. Okay, but I'm heckling myself. Let's go on to the next report. Joanne, you may leave. Thank you. Mrs. Lekalakala.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Our protocols observed. I'm not going to go through all the other stuff in the interest of time, but I just want to say that we had an inaugural meeting of the working group on the 12th, which was attended by commissioners who are part of the working group, and also representatives from national government, provincial entities, and interested groups, including the Presidential Climate Change Secretariat. And some of the national government and provincial entities that attended, we had water and sanitation, we had forestry, we had agriculture, DFFE, human settlement, tourism, cooperative governance. And we just also had said that we need to invite like the local government and also the health department. The working group meeting that we had was prefaced by a commissioners only meeting. And it is in that commissioners only meeting that there was an emphasis on the role of the working group and also expanding participation in the working group. So the meeting that we had, because it was an inaugural meeting, we discussed the scope, membership, and modalities of our work. And we also had from, and we had an item from the Department of Forestry and Fisheries on adaptation and resilience. It seems to be the angle one holds it. the agenda was to discuss modalities and also get an update on the national adaptation agenda, and also discuss a bit around the proposed work plan of the working group. And in that, we had detailed and interesting engagements from participants in the meeting. In summary, we had resolved of the core functions and modalities of the working group, and that includes the development of terms of reference for the resilience and adaptation working group. We also discussed in detail expansion of the working group membership with a key resolution to include local government into the working group. And that will be done through the South African Local Government Association, as well as civil society organizations that are working in the space, in particular the Adaptation Network, with effect from the next meeting. The meeting also received a detailed presentation from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment around progress in formulating, developing and implementation of the adaptation and resilience responses to climate change in the country. The report also included the annual report of the National Climate Change Adaptation Strategy rollout, both the achievements with pilots and challenges. The working group also received and discussed a presentation on the proposed work plan of the resilience and adaptation from the PCC Secretariat. And this proposal will be finalized and adopted in our next working group meeting. Thank you. That's that in brief.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We had slides, but we'll, for the sake of time, we won't go into them. I think we'll just circulate them to the rest of the commission. Our working group is the Net Zero Working Group. We had our inaugural meeting as well. Maybe just to point out that there were a number of objectives that arose with regards to this working group. There's about 10. I won't go through all of them, just maybe to pick out some of the key ones that we're looking at developing. And these are around defining clearly what is meant by net zero and how our targets should be framed. The energy mix and governance is aligned with the net zero objectives and aligned with the fair share carbon budget, as well as support across South Africa's stakeholders through the sharing of the most recent research and data is gained for the energy transition, as well as the setting of scenario for South Africa's low carbon development will also be developed. The other commissioners can go through the slides and just look at more broadly the 10 objectives that this working group is going to be looking at in the course of doing its work. We did identify that there are key focuses in terms of mitigation programs. And the first would be to look at the energy transition plan. So that would be more broadly around developing a conceptual energy plan that government uses to inform regulatory and planning instruments such as the IRP, as well as the need for net zero pathways. So understanding the socioeconomic and technology changes likely and needed to build a competitive net zero 2050 economy. There's also a need for there to be a program around the whole notion around decision support, which would be connecting key policy decision makers to socioeconomic climate modeling and supporting them in using such data. And then one other program that we thought was very important is around the whole notion of employment and employment strategy within this net zero working group. But we also, in our deliberations, did make an observation that it would be key for each of the other working groups to also have a focused employment strategy, noting how important the employment question is, but not just employment strategy, but also a just transition strategy for each working group. In our deliberations, we looked at how the work of the net zero working group would have several interlinkages between the work of adaptation, climate finance, M&E, as well as the just transition. So it would probably also be important, what we observed, that it would be important that even in the work of the individual working groups, we need to establish or look at establishing a body of some sorts of the commission more broadly that would go into these the work that the various working groups are doing and look at the areas where there is overlap and commonality so that they can have oversight over such issues. We looked at the governance of the project, and we looked at the governance of the working group in its totality, how we'd like to factor in our meetings, at which level would we want to engage with experts on particular issues, and how we also interact with other commissioners more broadly outside of the actual working group. And we've taken decisions around, having experts coming into the actual working group on an ad hoc basis to inform some of our thinking more broadly. Issues for consideration that we've been looking at is just a recognition that there needs to be additional capacity for meaningful consultation with communities. We need to take, community and community organizations along with us as we grapple with more of the information that will arise pertaining to the studies that we want to undertake. There needs to be more work in order to get these consultations going right. I've raised the whole issue around, an overarching committee that'll have sight of the work of the four working groups, as well as just a more broad employment and just transition strategy across all the four working groups. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So my working group is the Climate Finance Working Group. Thus far, we've managed to have 2 meetings, given the importance of the financing discussion. There's so many various pieces of work ongoing at the moment. We thought it prudent to meet sooner rather than later. Thus far, we've had full attendance, actually over attendance. I think it's oversubscribed at the moment between government departments, commissioners, and experts attending. What we are trying to do is really deal with the challenge of how do we mobilize climate finance? How do we crowd in financing? We are also looking at addressing the monitoring and evaluation of capital flows. We've seen various studies come through where the numbers are not clear. We've heard that we need to take a more substantial roadmap that has a funding element to it. We need work to be done to analyze this and quantify it. And then lastly, of course, we want to enable additional flows of financing and be able to direct this to just transition projects that don't necessarily make hurdle rates and are able to get the necessary funding. Some of the key questions we're trying to answer is South Africa optimally accessing international climate finance commitments and architecture? There's 6 of them. I'm just going to mention maybe 2 or 3. What do we mean by a just transition? Which socially responsive investments must be made and how do we make it? What mechanisms can attract private capital into high impact projects with marginal economics? I mean, we've heard some of those discussions here today where it's very hard to channel this money. How do we get more grant financing? But how do we use blended financing as well in this space? So we've had discussions where the committee, well, the working group has actually noted the climate finance strategy and plan. There's further work on this that's going to take place. And ultimately, we want a coherent understanding and approach for climate finance. And there's an internal concept note that we've had discussions on. In terms of the monitoring of flows and having an understanding of the quantification related to it, we want to be able to have a biennial analysis taking place. And so thus far, we've given the go-ahead on a piece of work relating to this. It really builds on the Green Cape work, and we brought in a number of consultants and experts to help us on this. And there's going to be a project steering committee with government as well participation, because the National Treasury is quite critical, as well as the DFIs. Then, as was mentioned by Lebogang, there's definitely a sort of parallel process that happens between the mitigation stream as well as the finance stream. And so we are going to be then looking at how we quantify some of the net zero pathways and some of the technology options within that. We've got various scenarios that are going to play a role. What does this really mean? What's the cost, etc.? And then to be able to use that to then gain more investment into these areas from international donors, but also from private capital flows as well. And then, of course, we've heard already at the beginning from the executive director about a just transition financing mechanism. There was quite a bit of debate around this. Where is it housed? Do we have a just transition fund linked to it? And there's lots of proposals on the table, but we've managed to now get a go-ahead on this to be able to do some more detailed work around this. I think it's critically important if we are to get off the ground a process around funding the just transition. So there's more on this, and we will have a further meeting that will take place on the 8th. Because there's so many activities, Chair, we need to be able to just now put down all of the different elements and how they actually come together to give us some sort of deliverable and answers as we move on this big working group. So that's where we are, Chair. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
All right, so our working group is the Monitoring and Evaluation Working Group. This is obviously a cross-cutting working group, and I just want to underscore the comments made so far around coordination between the working groups. It was also a specific recommendation of our working group is to have that sort of coordinating kind of engagements between the chairs of the 4 working groups. So the challenge of the Monitoring and Evaluation Working Group is sort of twofold. One is on the one, and contradictory to some degree. One is fulfilling the mandate of monitoring climate action and the just transition, and designing that system to correctly incentivize the kind of action that we want to see. And at the same time, drawing on and strengthening and not duplicating existing tracking across government. It is also groundbreaking work as much as the just transition is groundbreaking. The work that we're doing on this commission, measuring it is also pretty groundbreaking and not something that's really been done in this way before. So we're doing something new. There are 4 key areas of work that have been identified. The first is developing those indicators to monitor and evaluate the just transition. And climate action. So the first one is just transition. Second one is transition actions and related mitigation and adaptation policies. I just call that climate action. Then number 3 is a flagship state of climate action report, which will, I think, Katie, it's not annual, it's a sort of biannual. Yeah, that's the idea of that report. And then fourthly, the PCC's annual report, tracking and reporting the work and impact of the PCC itself. There are 7 commissioners on this, this working group. We were joined in our first meeting by various representatives of government, from DPME, from DFFE, the presidency, COCTA, and also the National Disaster Management Center. What you can expect from this working group in the first year is this work on the development of indicators. For that, we are putting out a request for proposal, and we've got funding secured to support getting proper monitoring evaluation experts to work with us. The funding is from the Climate Initiative for Climate Action Transparency via the World Resources Institute. And the second part is the first State of Climate Action in South Africa report. That's the other piece of work. Yeah, I think, the last piece, just to mention, and also picking up on comments that made by the other working groups, is a piece of work around integrating procedural justice into the work of this working group. How do we really, give meaning to that concept that we've committed to, bringing in the people who are most affected, not only to design the system, but also to participate in the monitoring that we're going to be doing. All right, thanks.
You can present the minutes if you like. The minutes are tabled. Are there anybody wants any corrections to the minutes? If not, then the minutes are approved. Thank you very much for nice minutes. Dumisani, can you tell the meeting what's going to happen after this? Is there lunch and all that?
Yes, Deputy Chair, we have lunch is going to be served at Pumulong. The shuttle has been arranged at 2 for commissioners who are going to the airport, including committee members. And then just clarity on the next meeting, Deputy Chair, the next meeting date being the 4th of November instead of the 18th of November as previously communicated by the late secretary. Thank you. Yeah. Crispian has communicated the new appointment.
Is that a confirmed date? Has everybody been informed? Yeah. People are available and all that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you very much for your cooperation. I think it was a rich and fruitful meeting. Enjoy your lunch and travel well.